Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never told anyone outside my immediate family about what happened that night at Whispering Pines. It's been almost 16 years now, but I still get chills thinking about it. Even typing this makes my hands shake a little. I guess I'm finally ready to share it with people who might understand or have gone through something similar. I was 14 when it happened, during a middle school trip in 7th grade. Our whole class went to this camp called Whispering Pines for a 3-day outdoor education thing. It was supposed to be fun, hiking, canoeing, learning about nature, all that stuff. And for the most part, it was. The camp itself was pretty nice. Tucked away in this scenic area with tall trees everywhere, a lake nearby, and these wooden cabins scattered around the property. During the day, everything felt normal. We'd do activities, eat together in the mess hall, and generally have a good time. Nothing weird happened in daylight. That's what makes this whole thing even more messed up. When we arrived, they split us up into cabins, boys in one set, girls in another. I was in cabin B4 with 7 other boys, and Mr. Peterson, one of our science teachers. The cabin was basically one big room with bunk beds along the walls and a small partitioned area where Mr. Peterson slept. It wasn't fancy, but it was decent enough. Me and my 3 closest friends, Jake, Zach, and Derek, managed to get bunks near each other in one corner. I was on a bottom bunk with Jake above me. Zach and Derek had the adjacent bunks. The other 4 boys were on the opposite side of the room. The first night went fine. We stayed up later than we should have, talking and joking around until Mr. Peterson told us to shut up and go to sleep. Nothing unusual happened. It was the second night when everything changed. After a full day of activities, we were all pretty exhausted. We'd gone hiking in the morning, done some team-building exercises after lunch, and had a campfire with s'mores in the evening. By the time we got back to our cabin, it was around 10:30 p.m. We got ready for bed, brushed our teeth, and settled in. Mr. Peterson reminded us that we had an early start the next day and turned the lights out around 11 p.m. I remember being tired but excited about the canoe trip planned for the next day. I fell asleep pretty quickly, with the sounds of the forest outside, crickets chirping, the occasional hoot of an owl, wind rustling through the trees. Normal nature sounds that were actually kind of soothing. I don't know exactly what woke me up. There wasn't any loud noise or anything. I just suddenly found myself awake with that weird feeling like something wasn't right. You know that feeling? When your body seems to know something's off before your brain figures it out? I checked my watch. It was 2:17 a.m. I remember the time exactly because I kept staring at it, almost like I was trying to focus on something normal to make sense of what was happening. I was lying on my side, facing the wall next to my bunk. The cabin was dark except for this faint bluish moonlight coming through the windows. It was enough light that I could make out shapes, but not really details. I stretched a bit and rolled over to my other side. That's when I saw him. Standing in the middle of the cabin was a boy. At first, I thought maybe one of the guys had gotten up to use the bathroom or something, but within seconds, I realized this wasn't anyone from our group. He was just standing there, completely still, like statue still. He looked maybe our age or a bit younger with pale skin, not just white, but almost glowing pale in the moonlight. He had short blonde hair that was kind of messy, like he'd just gotten out of bed. He was wearing a plain white t-shirt and what looked like grey shorts. But his face, God, his face. Where his eyes should have been, there were just empty black spaces. Not like someone had gouged them out or anything that graphic. More like there were just dark voids where eyes should be. It wasn't bloody or gory, almost like he was born without eyes, just these black hollow sockets. The worst part wasn't even how he looked, it was how I could feel him looking at me. I know that sounds impossible. How can someone with no eyes look at you, right? But I swear on everything I care about, I could feel his attention focused directly on me, like he was staring straight into me. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I couldn't even blink. I just lay there completely frozen, staring back at this eyeless kid who somehow was staring at me. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it might burst out of my chest. My mouth went completely dry. I could feel sweat breaking out all over my body, but I was also freezing cold. This standoff, me paralyzed in my bed, him standing motionless in the middle of the room, lasted maybe 15 seconds. It felt like hours. The entire cabin was completely silent. I couldn't even hear anyone breathing, though I know everyone else was there. After what seemed like forever, I managed to slowly, very slowly, reach for my flashlight. It was one of those small ones my dad had given me to keep by my bed at camp. I didn't take my eyes off the boy for even a millisecond as my hand inched toward the flashlight. I was terrified that any sudden movement would make him, I don't know, attack me or something. My fingers finally touched the flashlight. I gripped it, still keeping my eyes locked on the eyeless boy, and flicked it on. The exact second, the beam of light hit him, he vanished. Not like he ran away or ducked down. He literally disappeared. One moment he was there, the next he was gone. There was no sound, no movement, nothing, just gone. I kept the flashlight on, sweeping it around the cabin. Everything looked normal. The other guys were all in their beds. Nothing seemed out of place. I was breathing so hard I thought I might hyperventilate. Then I heard a whisper from above me. "Tim, did you see him too?" It was Jake. His voice was barely audible, but I could hear the fear in it, the same fear that was coursing through my entire body. "The boy, in the middle of the room," I whispered back. "Yeah, with no eyes." My blood ran cold. It wasn't just me. Jake had seen him too. This wasn't a dream or my imagination. Whatever that thing was, it had been real enough for both of us to see it. "What the hell was that?" Jake whispered. "I don't know," I replied, still keeping my flashlight on, and pointed toward the center of the room. We both stayed awake for what felt like forever, whispering back and forth, trying to make sense of what we'd seen. Neither of us had the courage to get out of bed. Eventually, we heard Mr. Peterson shift in his bed and clear his throat, so we shut up, afraid he'd get mad at us for being awake. I kept my flashlight on until the battery started to dim, maybe an hour later. By then, it was close to 3:30 a.m., and despite my terror, my eyelids were getting heavy. I must have fallen asleep at some point because the next thing I knew, Mr. Peterson was waking everyone up for breakfast. In the morning light, with everyone moving around and getting ready, what happened during the night almost seemed like a bad dream. Almost. But one look at Jake's face told me it wasn't. He looked as exhausted and freaked out as I felt. During breakfast, we sat together and tried to piece things together in whispered conversations. "Did you notice anything weird about him?" Jake asked, pushing his cereal around his bowl. "Other than the fact that he had no eyes but was somehow looking at me," I replied. "I mean, like, I don't think he was breathing. His chest wasn't moving at all," Jake said. He was right. I hadn't realized it at the time, but thinking back, the boy had been completely still, unnaturally still. "Did you feel like he was staring directly at you?" I asked. Jake nodded slowly. "Yeah, like he was looking right at me, even though that's impossible. How could you tell?" "Same. It was like I could feel it, like when you know someone's watching you." We tried to figure out if we should tell someone. Mr. Peterson, the camp counselors. But what would we say? That we saw a ghost boy with no eyes in our cabin? They'd think we were making it up or trying to scare the other kids. We decided to ask Zach and Derek if they'd seen anything. They hadn't. They'd both slept through the entire thing. Same with the other 4 boys. It was just me and Jake who had experienced it. That day, during the canoe trip, Jake and I couldn't focus on anything. We kept looking over our shoulders, jumping at every sound. By lunchtime, one of the counselors asked if we were feeling okay, saying we looked pale. We just blamed it on not sleeping well. The third night at camp was our last. Neither Jake nor I wanted to go to sleep. We asked Mr. Peterson if we could keep a small light on, making up some excuse about Jake having trouble seeing if he needed to get up during the night. Mr. Peterson reluctantly agreed, and we kept my flashlight pointed at the ceiling, creating a dim glow throughout the cabin. We tried to stay awake as long as possible. We played cards silently on my bunk until nearly 1 a.m. when Mr. Peterson finally noticed and told us to go to sleep. After that, we just lay in our beds, whispering occasionally to make sure the other one was still awake. I don't know when I finally dozed off. I fought it as hard as I could, but at some point, exhaustion won out. I woke up suddenly, just like the night before. My flashlight had gone out. Either the batteries had died or someone had turned it off. The cabin was dark again, except for that same moonlight. My watch showed 3:24 a.m. I immediately rolled over, terrified of what I might see. The eyeless boy was there again, but this time he wasn't in the middle of the room. He was standing at the foot of my bed. I stopped breathing. He was close enough now that I could see more details. His skin wasn't just pale, it had a grayish tinge to it. His blonde hair didn't move, even though I could feel a slight breeze from the window. And those eyes, those non-eyes, were definitely focused on me. I tried to reach for my flashlight, but I couldn't move. Not because of some supernatural force holding me down, but from pure, paralyzing fear. My muscles simply wouldn't respond. "Jake," I tried to whisper, but no sound came out. The boy tilted his head slightly, like he was curious about me. Then, slowly, he raised his hand. His movements weren't natural. They were jerky, almost like stop-motion animation. His arm came up, and his finger pointed directly at me. That broke my paralysis. I kicked off my blankets and scrambled backward until my back hit the wall, never taking my eyes off him. "Jake!" I finally managed to say louder this time. I heard Jake's sharp intake of breath above me. "He's back," Jake whispered, his voice shaking. The boy's head snapped up, now looking toward Jake's bunk. His finger remained pointed at me. Then we heard another voice, Derek's, from the bunk next to us. "What the hell is that?" His voice was thick with sleep, but clearly terrified. The boy's head turned toward Derek's voice, moving in that same unnatural, jerky way. And then more voices. Zach was awake now too, and then the other boys started stirring. Someone on the other side of the room let out a frightened yelp. Mr. Peterson's voice suddenly cut through the darkness. "What's going on out there?" We heard him fumbling around in his partitioned area. The boy's head snapped back toward me. For a split second, I swear his mouth curved into a slight smile. Not friendly, but knowing, like he and I shared some secret. Then Mr. Peterson flicked on the overhead lights, and the boy vanished again. The cabin erupted into chaos. Derek was pointing at where the boy had been standing. Zach had his blanket pulled up to his chin. The other boys were asking what was happening. Jake had climbed down from his bunk and was standing next to mine, looking pale and shaken. "What is going on here?" Mr. Peterson demanded, standing in his pajamas with a confused and annoyed expression. Everyone started talking at once. "There was a boy." "Did you see that? Where did he go?" Mr. Peterson held up his hands. Okay, one at a time. Tim, what happened?" All eyes turned to me. I opened my mouth, but what could I say? How could I explain what we'd seen? I think we saw a ghost," I finally said, my voice barely audible. Mr. Peterson's expression changed from annoyed to concerned. "A ghost?" Jake jumped in. "We saw him last night too, me and Tim, a boy with no eyes. He was just standing there, staring at us." "He was right there," Derek added, pointing to the foot of my bed. "I saw him too." Mr. Peterson looked where Derek was pointing, then back at us, clearly not believing any of this. Boys, I think you were having a shared nightmare or something. There's nobody here. But we all saw him, Zach protested. Mr. Peterson sighed. Look, it's the middle of the night. You guys probably got spooked by shadows or something. Let's all go back to sleep, okay? We have to pack up and leave after breakfast. Nobody wanted to go back to sleep. Mr. Peterson eventually compromised by leaving the lights on and sitting in a chair in the middle of the room, telling us he'd stay awake and make sure no ghosts bothered us. Even with the lights on and Mr. Peterson watching over us, I don't think any of us got much sleep for what remained of the night. The next morning, as we packed up to leave, the other boys kept asking Jake, Derek, and me about what we'd seen. Even though it was daylight and we were about to go home, nobody wanted to be alone in the cabin. On the bus ride back home, Jake and I sat together, both exhausted and still freaked out. Do you think anyone will believe us? I asked. Jake shook his head. My parents will just say it was a bad dream or that we were telling scary stories and freaked ourselves out. He was right. When I got home and my mom asked how camp was, I couldn't bring myself to tell her about the eyeless boy. I just said it was fun but tiring. That night, I made my dad check my closet and under my bed before I went to sleep, something I hadn't done since I was little. I kept my bedside lamp on all night too. Jake, Derek, and I talked about it at school for weeks afterward, trying to make sense of what we'd seen. We looked up ghost stories about Whispering Pines online, but found nothing about an eyeless boy. We considered that maybe one of the other cabins was playing a prank on us, but how could they have made someone disappear instantly when the lights came on? As time passed, the memory didn't fade like I thought it would. If anything, it became clearer. I'd catch myself scanning crowds, half expecting to see a pale boy with no eyes staring back at me. For months, I couldn't sleep without a light on. Even now, years later, I sometimes wake up around 2 or 3 a.m. with the unshakable feeling that someone is watching me. Jake and I stayed friends throughout high school, and whenever the subject of Whispering Pines came up, we'd exchange a look that said everything words couldn't. Derek eventually convinced himself it had been a dream or a hallucination. Last I heard, Zach never went camping again. I've never been back to Whispering Pines. I don't think I ever could. And to this day, I still can't explain what we saw or why it chose our cabin. All I know is that something was there with us that night. Something that looked like a boy, but wasn't. Something that had no eyes yet could see us clearly. Something that wanted us to know it was there. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I still feel like it's watching me. Story 2. I've been putting off sharing this for weeks now. I'm still not sure if writing it down will help, or just make everything worse, but I can't keep this bottled up anymore. I need someone to believe me, or at least tell me I'm not going crazy. This all happened about 3 months ago. I'm 19, living with my family in a small town outside Lima, Peru, called Willowbrook. Nothing special about our town, just a quiet place where everyone knows everyone. My family runs a market stall selling produce, and I help out when I'm not at school. Before I get into what happened that day, I should mention that I'd been noticing weird little things for about a week beforehand. Nothing major, just shadows moving in my peripheral vision. Strange sounds at night that didn't quite match up with the usual neighborhood noises. I wrote it off as being tired or stressed about finals. My mum's always saying I have an overactive imagination anyway. That morning started like any other. I woke up around 7 a.m., had breakfast with my parents and sister Maria. My nephew Alejandro was being fussy, so Maria was trying to calm him down while I got ready for my shift at the market. Normal stuff. I went to the bathroom to wash my face, and that's when the first really weird thing happened. As I was drying off, I caught a glimpse of something dark moving quickly in the mirror, like a shadow passing right behind me. It wasn't just a blur. It had substance, like a person. I thought it was my nephew, but when I turned around, nobody was there. "Maria," I called out, thinking maybe she'd walked by with Alejandro. She yelled back from the living room, "What? Did you just pass by the bathroom? No, I'm feeding the baby. Why? I walked to the living room, my heart already beating faster than normal. Sure enough, there was Maria on the couch with Alejandro. I just saw something move behind me in the bathroom mirror, I told her. Maria's face changed. She wasn't laughing or dismissing me like I expected. Instead, she lowered her voice and said, "I've been seeing shadows too. I thought it was just me being tired with the baby and everything." That confirmation sent a chill down my spine. If she was seeing things too, then maybe I wasn't imagining it. I tried to shake it off as I headed to the market. The family stall is about a 15-minute walk from our house. It was around 9 a.m. when I got there, and my dad had already set everything up. Not many customers that early, so he left me in charge while he went to pick up more inventory. Around 11, the market was pretty dead. Just a few elderly people browsing, but nobody buying. I was leaning against the counter, bored out of my mind, scrolling through my phone. That's when everything shifted. It's hard to explain what happened next. 1 second, I'm standing there, feeling the solid wood counter against my back, and the next, my body felt impossibly light, like I might float away. The sensation was so sudden and intense that I gripped the edge of the counter to steady myself. I looked up, and the market aisle in front of me was wrong. It was still an aisle, but it seemed to stretch much farther than it actually should. Like someone had taken the space and pulled it like taffy. The concrete floor beneath my feet had changed texture. Now it looked like polished stone, with weird patterns I'd never seen before. The stalls across from me, which had always been covered with green tarps, were now vibrant blue. And there were people I'd never seen before, walking around, browsing, talking. But their movements were fluid in a way that felt unnatural, and though I could see their lips moving, I couldn't hear anything they were saying. None of them seemed concerned about the fact that reality had just warped. They were acting like everything was normal. I tried to call out, but my voice didn't work. My throat closed up, and this intense pressure built in my chest. Not painful exactly, but terrifying. Like someone was standing on my ribcage. My skin felt electric, covered in goosebumps, and there was this sensation, like something was watching me, studying my reaction. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Reality snapped back into place like a rubber band. The floor was concrete again. The stalls were green. The few actual customers in the market were exactly where they had been before, acting normal. The whole thing probably lasted only seconds, but it felt like minutes had passed. I was shaking so badly I had to sit down on the stool behind the counter. An old lady approached to buy tomatoes, and I somehow managed to help her, my hands trembling the entire time. She asked if I was feeling okay, and I lied, saying I'd just forgotten to eat breakfast. By the time my dad returned at 1 p.m., I'd convinced myself I'd hallucinated the whole thing. Maybe I was coming down with something. Maybe I was more sleep-deprived than I thought. There had to be a logical explanation. I didn't tell my dad about it. How could I? "Hey, Dad, reality just bent around me for a few seconds. No big deal." He'd think I was on drugs or something. I made it through the rest of my shift somehow, though I kept looking around nervously, expecting the world to distort again at any moment. It didn't, but that feeling of being watched never quite went away. Around 4 p.m., I needed to use the bathroom. The market has public restrooms near the back, not the cleanest, but better than nothing. I was washing my hands when I noticed a small shadow passing by my feet. My heart immediately started racing, remembering what had happened that morning at home. I looked up at the mirror, and that's when I saw it. The bathroom walls are covered in these white porcelain tiles that are slightly reflective. In their surface, I could make out the vague reflection of something standing behind me, not clear enough to see details, just a dark, person-shaped mass. I spun around so fast I nearly slipped on the wet floor. There was nobody there. The bathroom was completely empty, but that pressure in my chest was back. That same crushing weight I'd felt at the market stall. The air felt thick, like trying to breathe underwater, and there was this sensation of coldness that didn't make any sense because it was the middle of summer, and Peru gets hot. I got out of that bathroom so fast I forgot to dry my hands. I practically ran back to our stall, terrified of what might be following me. When my shift ended at 6, I hurried home. The whole way back I kept checking over my shoulder, convinced something was right behind me. But the streets were normal. People walking dogs, kids playing, neighbors chatting. Everything as it should be, which somehow made what I had experienced feel even more isolating. That night at dinner, I tried to tell my mum what had happened. I described the shadow in the bathroom, the strange distortion at the market, the crushing pressure. As I was talking, my body started trembling uncontrollably. Not like shivering from cold, but violent shaking that I couldn't stop. And that pressure returned to my chest, making it hard to finish sentences. My mom looked concerned, but not in the way I needed. "Gabriel, you're working too hard," she said, touching my forehead to check for fever. "Between the market and school, you're exhausted. Your imagination is just running wild." "It wasn't my imagination," I insisted, my voice coming out shakier than I intended. "Something is happening to me. Maria's seen shadows too." Maria, traitor that she is, suddenly backtracked. "I mean, maybe it was just the lighting, or Alejandro's shadow." My mom nodded like that explained everything. "See? You need more rest. Maybe skip your shift tomorrow." Later that night, my girlfriend Lucia came over. We went to my room, and I tried explaining everything to her too. The same thing happened. As soon as I started recounting the experiences, my body began shaking, and that pressure returned to my chest. Tears welled up in my eyes, not from sadness, but from frustration and fear. Lucia held my hand while I talked, but I could tell she didn't believe me either. She didn't say I was crazy outright, just nodded and said, "That sounds really scary," in the kind of voice you'd use with a child who's afraid of monsters under the bed. "You think I'm making this up?" I said. "No, I think you experienced something," she replied carefully. "But maybe it's stress or anxiety causing it. My cousin had panic attacks that made her feel like reality was distorting. But this wasn't a panic attack. I've had those before. This was different. This was reality itself changing around me." The next morning, I woke up feeling like I hadn't slept at all, even though I'd crashed hard around midnight. My room felt different somehow, the dimensions slightly off, like the walls had moved a few inches during the night. I blinked hard, and everything snapped back to normal. My parents had agreed I should take the day off, so I stayed home while everyone else left for school or work. Being alone in the house was a mistake. Every creak, every shadow made me jump. I tried watching TV but couldn't focus on anything. Around noon I decided to take a shower, thinking it might help clear my head. Big mistake. I was standing under the water, eyes closed, when I felt it. That same lightness in my body, like gravity had suddenly decreased. I opened my eyes, and the shower stall had changed. The white tiles were now a deep red color I'd never seen before. The water hitting my skin felt heavier, almost viscous. But the worst part was the feeling that I wasn't alone. There was something in the bathroom with me, just outside the shower curtain. I could sense its presence as clearly as if it were breathing down my neck. I wanted to pull back the curtain and confront whatever was there, but my body wouldn't respond. I was frozen in place, watching as a dark shape appeared against the shower curtain, the silhouette of someone standing just inches away on the other side. The shape didn't move like a person. It swayed slightly, unnaturally, as if being moved by currents in the air that weren't actually there. And it was tall, too tall for our bathroom ceiling. I don't know how long I stood there, paralyzed with fear, water running cold over my body. Eventually, I managed to move my hand toward the curtain. The moment my fingers touched the plastic, the presence vanished. The bathroom returned to normal. The tiles were white again. The water was just water. I got out, dried off, and got dressed with shaking hands. Then I did the only thing I could think of. I called Lucia and begged her to come over. I couldn't be alone in that house anymore. She arrived about 30 minutes later, concerned by how panicked I'd sounded on the phone. I told her what had happened in the shower, and again my body betrayed me, shaking, chest pressure, tears. She held me until the trembling stopped, but I could see the worry in her eyes. Not worry about supernatural phenomena, but worry about my mental health. Maybe you should talk to someone, she suggested gently, a doctor or a therapist. They'll think I'm crazy, I said. No, they'll help you figure out what's happening, she insisted. We spent the rest of the afternoon together watching movies, trying to pretend everything was normal. It helped having her there. Nothing strange happened while she was with me. But as evening approached and she had to leave for dinner with her family, that sense of dread returned. I walked her to the door, and as we said goodbye, I noticed something over her shoulder through the front window. There was someone standing in our front yard. At least it looked like a person at first glance, human-shaped, about average height. But something was off about the proportions. The arms hung too low, nearly to the knees, and it was completely still, not swaying, not shifting weight from foot to foot like a normal person would. "Gabrielle, what's wrong?" Lucia asked, noticing my expression. I pointed to the window, but when she turned to look, there was nothing there. Just our empty front yard in the fading evening light. "There was someone out there," I whispered. She looked at me with such pity that I wanted to scream. "Try to get some rest, okay? Call me if you need anything." After she left, I locked every door and window in the house. I turned on all the lights. I even grabbed a knife from the kitchen, though I'm not sure what good it would do against whatever was happening. My family came home around 7 p.m. and I tried to act normal through dinner. I didn't mention any of the new incidents. What was the point? They already thought I was overreacting. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt that presence getting closer. Around 3 a.m., I gave up and just sat on my bed, back against the wall, staring at my bedroom door. The house was silent, except for the occasional creaks and the distant sound of my parents snoring. Then I heard it, footsteps in the hallway. Slow, deliberate steps that didn't match anyone in my family's walking pattern. They stopped right outside my door. The doorknob began to turn, slowly, silently. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. That pressure was back in my chest, crushing the air from my lungs. The door opened a crack, and through it I could see nothing but darkness, a darkness deeper than the normal nighttime shadows of our hallway. Then the door swung all the way open, revealing the hallway beyond, empty, no one there. But as I stared into that empty space, the hallway began to stretch, just like the market aisle had. The walls elongated, the ceiling raised, the floor seemed to drop away, and at the far end, barely visible in the distorted perspective, stood a figure. I couldn't make out details, just a silhouette that seemed to absorb the darkness around it. It didn't move toward me. It didn't need to. Somehow, I knew it was watching me, studying me, waiting for something. The distortion lasted longer this time, maybe a full minute, before reality snapped back. The hallway returned to normal, empty, ordinary. I must have passed out from fear or exhaustion after that, because the next thing I remember is waking up to sunlight streaming through my window. My door was closed. Everything looked normal, but I knew what I had seen. I knew something had visited me in the night. It's been 3 months since then. The incidents have become less frequent but haven't stopped completely. Sometimes I'll catch that same distortion out of the corner of my eye, reality bending just slightly before correcting itself. Sometimes I'll feel that presence watching me. My family still thinks I'm dealing with stress or an overactive imagination. Lucia and I broke up a few weeks ago. She couldn't handle my episodes, as she called them. I don't blame her. I've tried researching similar experiences online. The closest I've found are accounts of dimensional slips or glitches in reality. Some people theorize about parallel universes occasionally overlapping with our own. Others talk about entities that exist just beyond our perception, sometimes crossing over into our world. I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is that something found me that day, and it hasn't completely let go. Sometimes I think maybe I am crazy. Maybe there's something wrong with my brain that's causing hallucinations or delusions. But then I remember how real it all felt. The physical sensations, the pressure in my chest, the way Maria saw shadows too, before she decided to deny it. I still help at the market stall. I still go to school. I try to live a normal life. But I'm always watching, always on edge, waiting for that moment when reality will slip away again and show me what's really hiding behind the thin veil of what we call normal. I don't know why I'm sharing this now. Maybe I'm hoping someone else has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not alone. Maybe I just needed to get it out of my system. Or maybe whatever's watching me wants me to tell this story. Maybe that was the point all along. Story 3. I'm not even sure where to begin with this. I've kept it to myself for weeks, afraid of what people might think if I talk about it. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar or can offer some explanation for what's been happening in my home. I've always considered myself a practical person. I work in software engineering, I believe in science and logic, and I've never bought into ghost stories or supernatural stuff. I'm the guy who rolls his eyes at those ghost hunting shows, or at least I was that guy until about 6 weeks ago. My wife Emma and I bought a house in Oak Ridge about 2 years ago. It's a nice suburban neighborhood, quiet streets, good schools, the whole package. We have a golden retriever named Cooper, who's about 3 years old, and a 1-year-old son, Noah. Our lives were completely normal until recently. It started with me waking up suddenly in the middle of the night. Not like a normal wake-up, where you gradually drift into consciousness. This was different, like being yanked violently from a deep sleep into a state of complete alertness. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:17 a.m. The first thing I noticed was this overwhelming feeling of dread washing over me. My heart was racing, palms sweaty, and I had this sense that something was very wrong. I'd been having a pleasant dream about a family vacation, nothing that should have triggered this kind of reaction. As I lay there trying to calm my breathing, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of floorboards creaking right by my side of the bed. If you've lived in an older house, you know how distinctive those sounds can be. It wasn't the normal settling noises a house makes. These were rhythmic, deliberate, like footsteps moving across my bedroom floor. I froze, unable to move or call out to Emma, who was fast asleep beside me. The footsteps continued past the bed, toward the door, and then stopped. A few seconds later, I heard Cooper whining downstairs. Not his normal, I need to go out whine, but something more anxious and fearful. Then came the most disturbing part. From down the hall I heard a woman's voice. It was faint but unmistakable, a soft cooing sound, like someone comforting a baby. My blood ran cold because Noah's room is right down the hall from ours, and the only other adult in the house was Emma, asleep next to me. I finally worked up the courage to turn on my bedside lamp, which woke Emma. She asked what was wrong, and I told her I thought I heard something. We checked on Noah, who was sleeping peacefully, and the rest of the house. Nothing was out of place. All doors and windows were locked, and Cooper had settled back down. I convinced myself it was just a bizarre waking dream and tried to go back to sleep, but I couldn't. The air in our bedroom felt thick and oppressive, like there was this angry presence filling the space. I lay awake until dawn, jumping at every little sound. I might have brushed it off as a one-time thing, but it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Always between 3 and 4 a.m., always the same pattern. I'd wake suddenly from a pleasant dream, hear the footsteps, Cooper would whine, and then I'd hear that woman's voice in Noah's room. I started taking precautions. I installed a baby monitor with video capabilities in Noah's room, thinking I'd catch whoever or whatever was in there. I set up motion-activated cameras in the hallway and stairs. I double and triple-checked all our locks before bed. Nothing showed up on any of the cameras, but the experiences continued. After about 2 weeks of this, I started to worry about my mental health. I've never had any issues before. No family history of mental illness, but the lack of sleep was taking its toll. I became irritable and anxious during the day, constantly checking the baby monitor app on my phone. Emma noticed the change in my behavior and suggested I see a doctor, which I reluctantly agreed to do. The doctor found nothing physically wrong with me. My blood work came back normal, and he suggested the issue might be stress-related insomnia with possible hypnagogic hallucinations. Basically, dream-like experiences that occur when falling asleep or waking up. He prescribed some mild sleep aids, which I was hesitant to take. I didn't want to be knocked out if something really was happening in our house. I tried to rationalize everything. The footsteps could be the house settling or the wood expanding and contracting with temperature changes. Cooper's whining could be triggered by raccoons or other animals outside. The voice, well, that was harder to explain, but maybe it was coming from outside or from a neighbor's house. But then came last Tuesday night. That's when everything escalated to a level I can't explain away. It started like the other nights, the abrupt awakening at 3:22 a.m., the feeling of dread, the footsteps, but this time the footsteps were different. They weren't the slow, measured steps I'd heard before. These were fast and heavy, like someone running through our bedroom. I sat bolt upright as I heard them race from the doorway of our bedroom, across the floor, and out into the hallway toward Noah's room. I was fully awake, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. Emma was still asleep next to me. Then I heard more running, back through our bedroom and down the stairs. Cooper started barking frantically, not his warning bark for strangers, but a terrified, high-pitched bark I'd never heard from him before. I shook Emma awake, telling her someone was in the house. She was disoriented but got up quickly when she heard Cooper. I grabbed the baseball bat I'd started keeping under the bed and told Emma to call 911 while I checked on Noah. Noah was still asleep in his crib, completely undisturbed. His room looked exactly as it had when we put him to bed. The window was closed and locked, the closet empty except for his clothes and toys. Emma was on the phone with the police as I made my way downstairs, bat raised and ready. Cooper was in the living room, facing the front door, his hackles raised and still barking. I checked every room, every closet, under every piece of furniture large enough to hide a person. Nothing. The police arrived within minutes. 2 officers did a thorough sweep of the house and yard. They found no signs of forced entry, no footprints in the soft dirt around the windows, nothing disturbed or out of place. I showed them our security footage, which confirmed that no one had entered or left our house. One of the officers asked if I'd been drinking or taking any medications. I hadn't. I felt embarrassed and confused. I told them it must have been a false alarm, maybe a bad dream that seemed real. They seemed skeptical, but eventually left after giving us a card with the non-emergency number, just in case. After they left, Emma and I sat in the kitchen. She was understandably upset, both from being woken up by a potential intruder and from the realization that there wasn't one. "Martin, what's going on with you?" she asked. I could see the concern in her eyes, mixed with a hint of fear, not of some invisible entity, but of what might be happening to her husband's mind. I couldn't answer her. How could I explain that for weeks I'd been experiencing something I couldn't understand? that I was questioning my own sanity, but also couldn't shake the feeling that something very real and very wrong was happening in our house. "I don't know," I finally said, "but I'm not making this up. Something woke me up, and I heard someone running. Cooper heard it too." I pointed at our dog, who was still on edge, pacing between the front door and the stairs. Emma suggested we try to get some sleep and talk about it in the morning. But I couldn't go back upstairs. I told her I'd sleep on the couch, keeping Cooper with me. She didn't argue. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat on the couch with all the lights on, Cooper at my feet, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. When the sun finally came up, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. Whatever presence I felt at night seemed to vanish in the daylight. I called in sick to work and spent the day researching. I looked up the history of our house, thinking maybe something tragic had happened here that could explain the disturbances. I found nothing unusual, just a string of normal families who had lived here since it was built in the 1970s. I researched sleep disorders, hoping to find some medical explanation for what I was experiencing. Exploding head syndrome, sleep paralysis, night terrors, none of them quite fit what was happening to me. These conditions might explain some aspects, but not Cooper's reactions or the consistency of the experiences. That night, I was determined to get proof one way or another. I set up additional cameras in our bedroom and Noah's room. I placed voice recorders throughout the house. I even put flour on sections of the floor, thinking it might show footprints if something walked through it. Emma watched all this with growing concern, but didn't try to stop me. I think she was hoping I'd find nothing and finally accept that it was all in my head. We went to bed around 11 p.m. I took half of one of the sleeping pills the doctor had prescribed, hoping it would help me stay asleep through the night, while not knocking me out completely. I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I knew I was jerking awake with that same feeling of terror. The clock read 3:15 a.m. The footsteps started immediately right next to my side of the bed. I turned to wake Emma, but to my surprise, she was already sitting up, her eyes wide. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. I nodded, my throat too tight to speak. She could hear it too. I wasn't imagining it. The footsteps moved across our room, out the door and down the hall. Cooper started whining downstairs, then barking, and then clear as day, we both heard a woman's voice from Noah's room, a gentle shushing sound, followed by what sounded like humming. Emma grabbed my arm so hard her nails dug into my skin. "Who is that?" she hissed. I shook my head, unable to form words. We both got out of bed and moved toward Noah's room, me leading the way. The humming stopped as we approached. I pushed open the door slowly, my heart in my throat. Noah was awake, sitting up in his crib, looking toward the corner of the room with a big smile on his face. He turned to us, babbled happily, and pointed to the empty corner. Emma rushed to pick him up while I checked the closet, under the crib, behind the curtains, anywhere someone could be hiding. There was no one there. As I turned back to Emma and Noah, the temperature in the room suddenly dropped. I could see my breath in the air, despite it being a warm May night. And then, before either of us could react, we heard heavy, running footsteps coming from our bedroom, through the hallway, past Noah's room where we stood frozen in shock, and then thundering down the stairs. Cooper's barking turned frantic, almost panicked. We heard a crash from downstairs, like something falling over. Emma clutched Noah to her chest, her face pale with fear. "Call 911, she said, her voice trembling. I grabbed my phone from the pocket of my pajama pants and dialed. While I was giving our address to the dispatcher, we heard more noises from downstairs, scratching sounds like nails on wood, and Cooper's barking suddenly stopped. I told Emma to stay in Noah's room with the door locked while I checked on Cooper. She begged me not to go, but I had to make sure our dog was okay. I crept down the stairs, phone still to my ear, the dispatcher asking me questions I barely heard. The living room was dark, except for the dim light coming from the kitchen. Cooper was standing in the middle of the room, completely still, staring at the front door. As I approached him, he turned to look at me, and I swear he looked terrified. Then he let out a low growl, not directed at me, but at something behind me. I spun around, expecting to see someone, but there was nothing there. Just an empty hallway leading to the kitchen. But the air felt wrong, heavy and cold, like standing next to an open freezer. And there was a smell I can't quite describe. Something musty and old, like damp earth and decay. The police arrived within minutes, but like before, they found nothing. No signs of forced entry, nothing missing or damaged, except a picture frame that had fallen off the wall in the living room. The security cameras showed no one entering or leaving. The flour I'd spread on the floor was undisturbed. The voice recorders picked up nothing except Cooper's barking and our own voices. When I checked the baby monitor footage the next morning, there was a moment at exactly 3:17 a.m. where the screen went to static for about 30 seconds. When the image returned, Noah was sitting up in his crib, looking and pointing at the corner. That was 3 days ago. Emma took Noah to stay with her parents, claiming she needed a break, but I know she's scared. I don't blame her. I'm terrified myself, but I can't leave. Part of me needs to understand what's happening here. I'm writing this at my kitchen table at 2:45 a.m. Cooper is at my feet, unusually alert for this time of night. I've got cameras running, voice recorders set up, and I'm waiting. The rational part of my brain is still searching for explanations. A neighbor playing a prank, some weird acoustic phenomenon that makes sounds from elsewhere seem like they're in our house, or maybe I really am experiencing some sort of mental break. But Cooper's behavior tells me something else. Animals sense things we can't, and he's been reacting to whatever is happening here from the beginning. And now Emma has heard it too. I don't know what will happen in about 30 minutes when the clock hits 3:15 a.m. Part of me hopes nothing will happen, that whatever has been terrorizing us will have moved on. But another part of me wants proof, something I can capture on camera or recording that will validate what I've been experiencing. Wait. Cooper just stood up suddenly, his ears perked forward, staring at the ceiling above us. I can hear it too. The faint sound of footsteps upstairs, even though I'm the only person in the house. They're coming from our bedroom. Story 4. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. I'm still not sure I should be sharing it now, but after all these years, I need to get it off my chest. Growing up in Millbrook was supposed to be peaceful. It's the kind of small rural town where everybody knows everybody, and the biggest excitement is usually the annual fall festival. My parents moved us there when I was 10, thinking it would be the perfect place to raise kids. My sister Lily was only 3 at the time. The house we moved into was this big 2-story farmhouse that had been recently renovated. It sat on about 2 acres of land, with one neighboring house about 50 yards away. The place seemed perfect. That first week, everything was normal. We were busy unpacking, arranging furniture, and getting settled. Lily was adjusting well, exploring the house and playing in her new room. It wasn't until the second week that things started getting weird. I was sitting at the kitchen table doing homework when I noticed Lily standing by the glass door that led to our backyard. She was waving and giggling like she was playing with someone. I didn't think much of it at first. She had an active imagination and was always making up invisible friends. "Who are you talking to, Lily?" I asked, barely looking up from my math problems. "Jack," she said simply, still waving. "He's standing right there." I glanced up, but there was nobody there. Just our empty backyard with the half-dead garden the previous owners had left behind. "Jack says he doesn't have a home anymore," Lily continued, pressing her tiny hand against the glass. "He's sad about it." A chill ran up my spine, but I brushed it off. Kids say weird stuff all the time, right? Later that night, I mentioned it to my mom while helping her with the dishes. She laughed it off too, saying Lily was probably just processing the move through imaginary play. But then my dad walked in, and his reaction was different. "What did she say his name was?" he asked, his face suddenly serious. "Jack. She said he was wearing a blue button-up shirt and brown pants, standing at the back door." My dad exchanged a look with my mom that made my stomach flip. "What?" I asked. "Nothing," my mom said quickly. "Just the house next door that was torn down last month. Mr. Wilkins told me an older man named Jack used to live there." "So?" I shrugged. "So nothing," my dad said, forcing a smile. "Just a coincidence." But I could tell it wasn't nothing. The next day, my parents invited our nearest neighbor, Mrs. Keller, over for coffee. She was this tiny old lady who'd lived in Millbrook her entire life and knew everyone's business. I pretended to read in the living room while they talked in the kitchen, trying to catch bits of their conversation. "Oh, Jack Wilson," Mrs. Keller was saying. "Lived in that house for 40 years, kept to himself mostly. Always wore the same outfit, blue shirt, brown pants. Found him 2 weeks after he passed. Heart attack, they said. Such a shame." I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. Lily had never met this Jack person. She'd never even seen a picture of him. How could she know what he looked like? Over the next few weeks, Lily continued talking about Jack. She'd wave to him through the glass door, sometimes telling us messages from him. "Jack says it's going to rain tomorrow," or "Jack thinks the flowers need water." Weird stuff, but mostly harmless. Then one night, about a month after we moved in, I woke up to Lily screaming. Her room was across the hall from mine, and I got there before my parents did. She was sitting up in bed, pointing at her closet, tears streaming down her face. "He opened my door! He opened my door!" she kept screaming. My dad rushed in and checked the closet. Empty, of course. He sat on Lily's bed and pulled her into his arms. "It's okay, sweetie. There's nobody there. You were just having a bad dream." But Lily was adamant. "It wasn't Jack," she sobbed. "It was someone else, all black with an orange cat." That detail, the orange cat, made my skin crawl. It was too specific to be a random nightmare. My parents let Lily sleep in their room that night. The next morning, they acted like nothing had happened, but I could tell they were worried. My mom kept the radio on all day, louder than usual, like she was trying to drown out her thoughts. For a few nights, everything was quiet. Then it happened again. Lily woke up screaming about the man all in black with the orange cat coming out of her closet. This time, she was so terrified she wouldn't even stay in her room while my dad checked it. She clung to my mom in the hallway, trembling and crying. After the third night of this, my parents moved Lily's bed into their room temporarily. They told me it was just until she adjusted better to the new house, but I knew they were scared too. About a week later, we had a family gathering. My aunt and uncle came over with my cousins, Emma and Ryan. Emma was around Lily's age, maybe a year older. The adults were downstairs having drinks while us kids played upstairs. I was showing Ryan my video games when we heard a blood-curdling scream from Lily's room. We all rushed in to find Emma and Lily huddled in the corner, both hysterical. Emma was pointing at the closet just like Lily had done. "There's a man," Emma shrieked, "all in black with an orange cat." My blood went cold. Emma had never heard about Lily's nightmares. She'd never even been to our house before. How could she see the exact same thing? My aunt practically dragged Emma out of the room, and within 15 minutes they were in their car heading home. I overheard my aunt telling my mom they wouldn't be coming back to our creepy house. That night, my parents had a long, whispered conversation in the kitchen. I sat at the top of the stairs, straining to hear. "We should call someone," my mom was saying. "A priest or... I don't know." "And tell them what?" my dad countered. "That our daughter and niece had the same nightmare? They'll think we're crazy." "Then what do we do? Just ignore it?" "For now, yes. Kids feed off each other's imaginations. Emma probably overheard Lily talking about her dream, and it got into her head too." But I knew that wasn't true. Emma had arrived after Lily had stopped talking about the man in black. and they hadn't been alone together until right before the screaming started. Over the next few months, weird things started happening throughout the house. Objects would disappear and reappear in strange places. We'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. Doors would open and close on their own. The TV would turn on in the middle of the night, always to static. My room didn't escape the activity. I'd wake up feeling like someone was watching me, the weight of eyes on me so heavy I could barely breathe. Sometimes my closet door would be open in the morning when I knew I'd closed it the night before. Once, I found all my shoes lined up in a perfect row in the middle of my floor. The worst was the cold spots. You'd walk through certain areas of the house, and suddenly it felt like you'd stepped into a freezer. The temperature would drop so drastically you could see your breath. These cold spots moved around, sometimes in the hallway, sometimes in the kitchen, often in Lily's original room, which had become a sort of unofficial storage space since no one wanted to sleep there anymore. One morning, I came downstairs to find my mum staring at the kitchen wall. She looked like she hadn't slept in days, which was probably true. None of us were sleeping well. "Mom?" I said cautiously. She pointed to the wall without saying anything. There, scratched into the paint, was a single word: home. "Did you—" she started. "No," I said quickly. "I swear." She nodded, then got a can of paint from the garage and covered it up before my dad or Lily could see it. That same day, our cat, Milo, started acting strange. He'd been a relaxed, friendly cat for the 7 years we'd had him, but suddenly he started hissing at empty corners and arching his back at nothing. He refused to go upstairs and would yowl if we tried to carry him. After a week of this behavior, he disappeared. We put up flyers and searched the neighborhood, but he never came back. 3 months after we moved in, we had our worst experience yet. It was a Saturday afternoon, sunny and normal. My parents were in the backyard gardening, and I was watching TV in the living room. Lily was playing with her dolls on the floor nearby. Suddenly, every single light in the house turned on at once. Even the TV flicked off, then on again. I heard my parents exclaim in surprise from outside. Lily looked up at me, her eyes wide. "Jack's angry," she whispered. Before I could respond, a family picture flew off the wall and smashed against the opposite wall. Then another, and another. I grabbed Lily and pulled her under the coffee table as frames, books, and knickknacks started flying around the room like they were caught in a tornado. My parents rushed in from outside, ducking as a lamp sailed over their heads. "What's happening?" my mom screamed. No one answered because no one knew. The chaos continued for maybe 30 seconds, then stopped as suddenly as it had started. The house fell silent except for our heavy breathing. That night, as we were cleaning up the mess, my dad found something disturbing. Behind one of the shattered picture frames was a faded photograph that didn't belong to us. It showed a man in a blue button-up shirt and brown pants standing in front of the house next door, the one that had been demolished. He was thin and stern-looking, with deep-set eyes that seemed to stare right through the camera. And at his feet sat an orange cat. My parents didn't even try to explain it away this time. The next morning, my dad called a local priest who came over that afternoon. He blessed the house and gave us holy water to sprinkle in each room. He said he didn't sense anything malevolent, but acknowledged that spirits sometimes get attached to properties or people. The man, Jack, might simply be confused, he explained gently. He may not realize his home is gone, but the other presence, the one with the cat, I'm less certain about that one. After the priest left, things seemed quieter for about a week. We started to hope that maybe it was over. Then one night, I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of Lily talking. She wasn't in my parents' room anymore. They'd recently moved her back to her own room, thinking the worst was behind us. I crept across the hall and pushed her door open slightly. She was sitting up in bed, having what appeared to be a conversation with an empty chair beside her bed. "I know you miss your house, Jack," she was saying softly, "but you can't stay here. The man with the cat is looking for you, and he's not nice." I must have made a noise because Lily suddenly looked toward the door and saw me. Her expression changed from compassion to fear in an instant. "He's behind you," she whispered. Every muscle in my body froze. I couldn't turn around. I couldn't move. I felt something cold brush against the back of my neck, like fingers made of ice. Then came a smell, musty and acrid, like something that had been burned and left to rot. I don't remember running to my parents' room, but suddenly I was there, shaking them awake, babbling about what had happened. My dad went to check on Lily while my mum tried to calm me down. When my dad returned carrying a sleepy but unharmed Lily, I finally started breathing normally again. We all slept in my parents' room that night, Lily and I in sleeping bags on the floor. I kept waking up, convinced I could hear purring coming from the doorway. The next day, my parents started looking for a new place to live. They didn't even try to deny what was happening anymore. But finding a new home and selling ours would take time. Time we apparently didn't have. As the days passed, the activity intensified. Whispers echoed through the vents at night. Objects moved while we watched. The scratching inside the walls sounded like claws or fingernails. Lily stopped talking about Jack, which somehow was even more terrifying. She just withdrew, spending hours staring silently at her closet door. One night, about 2 weeks after my encounter in Lily's doorway, I woke up to find my bedroom filled with a thick, suffocating darkness. Not just the absence of light, this was darkness with weight and substance. It pressed down on me, making it hard to breathe. In the corner of my room stood a figure. Blacker than the darkness around it, it seemed to absorb what little light came through my window. I couldn't make out any features except for 2 pinpricks of dull orange light where eyes should be. At its feet, something moved, something cat-shaped, but wrong somehow, like a cat made of smoke. I tried to scream but couldn't make a sound. I tried to move but was paralyzed. The figure began to approach my bed, moving in a jerky, unnatural way, like someone had filmed it walking and then cut out frames of the footage. Just as it reached the foot of my bed, my door burst open. My dad stood there with a flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness. The beam passed right through where the figure had been, but it was gone now. The oppressive darkness lifted. "I heard you making noises," my dad explained, his voice shaking slightly, like you couldn't breathe. The next day, we packed essential items and moved into a motel. 2 weeks later, we found a rental house on the other side of town. We sold our house at a loss to a developer who tore it down to build 2 smaller homes. I sometimes wonder if the new houses are haunted too, or if whatever was in our house moved on when the structure was demolished, like Jack had when his house was torn down. We never returned to that property, not even to drive by. My parents never fully discussed what happened there, preferring to file it away as a bad chapter in our lives. Lily, now in her 20s, claims she doesn't remember any of it, which is probably for the best. But I remember. I remember the cold spots, the flying objects, the whispers in the walls. I remember Jack at the glass door in his blue shirt and brown pants. Most of all, I remember the man in black with the orange cat, and how he seemed to be hunting Jack, and maybe eventually us. Sometimes, even now, I wake up in the middle of the night feeling watched. And sometimes, just as I'm drifting back to sleep, I swear I can hear the faint sound of purring coming from my closet. Story 5. I've never been the kind of person who believes in ghosts. Not really. I mean, I've watched horror movies and read creepy stories online like everyone else, but I never thought I'd have my own experience to share. But what happened in our house in Pinehaven last year has completely changed how I view the world. I still don't have answers, just this strange, unsettling feeling that follows me everywhere now. For context, Pinehaven is this tiny, isolated town surrounded by pine forests, hence the name, with maybe 2,000 people total. It's one of those places where everyone knows everyone's business, where the same families have lived for generations. My family moved here when I was 10 because my dad got a job at the local paper mill. We've always been the odd ones out, a Hispanic family in an overwhelmingly white community. My name is Esteban, which nobody here can pronounce correctly, and my sister Lucia is 2 years younger than me. It started about 6 months after we moved into our house on Oak Ridge Lane. The house next door had been empty for months before we arrived, and eventually the property management company came and cleared it out. They were just going to throw away perfectly good stuff, so my mom asked if we could take some things, old toys, some furniture, stuff like that. They didn't care, so we helped ourselves. The first incident happened on a Tuesday afternoon. I remember because I had stayed late at school for a math tutoring session. When I got home, Lucia was sitting at the kitchen table, looking worried. My mom was cooking dinner, acting normal, but there was this weird tension in the air. "There was a boy looking through the window earlier," Lucia said when I sat down to do my homework. "He was staring right at me." Mum just shrugged it off. "Probably just one of the neighbor kids being nosy. You know how it is in small towns." Lucia shook her head. "No, it was weird. He just stood there staring. He looked about 15 or 16, with black hair, wearing a red t-shirt and tan shorts. And he looked sad. I didn't think much of it either. Pine Haven is boring as hell for teenagers, so I figured it was just some local kid with nothing better to do. But then Lucia saw him again the next day, and the day after that, always in the same clothes, always with the same sad expression. She started getting freaked out because she'd see him in different places, outside her bedroom window, standing by our mailbox, or just at the edge of our yard staring at the house. I still thought it was just some weird local kid until about a week later, when Lucia came running into my room at like 2 a.m., completely terrified. "He's in the house," she whispered, her voice shaking. "The boy in the red shirt. He was standing in my doorway just looking at me." I checked the whole house, thinking we had an intruder, but all the doors and windows were locked. There was no way anyone could have gotten in. I told her she was just having a nightmare, but she insisted it was real. "He said your name," she told me the next morning. "He said, Esteban." That was the first moment I felt genuinely unsettled. My name isn't common at all in Pine Haven. In fact, I'm the only Esteban anyone here has ever met. Most people just call me Steve, because they can't be bothered to learn how to say my real name. "What do you mean he said my name?" I asked her. "He just stood there and said, 'Esteban regrets a lot.' That's all he said, over and over." I still tried to rationalize it. Maybe she'd heard about some other Hispanic kid in town. Maybe there was another Esteban somewhere in Pine Haven that I didn't know about. It's not like I knew everyone in town. The sightings continued for about 2 weeks. Lucia would see him almost daily, usually outside, but occasionally inside the house. My parents started to get worried, not about ghosts, but about Lucia's mental health. They thought maybe the move had been harder on her than they realized, that maybe she was creating this boy as some kind of coping mechanism. Then one evening, my mum was on the phone with Ms. Harwood, this old lady who's lived in Pine Haven her entire life and knows all the town gossip. I was playing video games in the living room, only half listening to their conversation, when I heard my mom gasp. After she hung up, she sat down next to me with this strange, pale look on her face. "Miss Harwood just told me something concerning," she said quietly. "Apparently, about 15 years ago, there was a boy who lived in the house next door, a high school student who took his own life." I paused my game. "Okay, that's sad, but what does that have to do with us?" My mom looked me directly in the eyes. "His name was Esteban Martinez." I felt like all the air had been sucked out of the room. It had to be a coincidence, right? There was no way. There had to be some rational explanation. That's impossible, I said. That can't be right. Ms. Harwood said he was the only Hispanic family in Pinehaven before us. His parents moved away right after it happened. The house stayed empty for years until it was finally sold to a rental company. I immediately went online to see if I could find anything about an Esteban Martinez who died in Pinehaven. There wasn't much, just a tiny obituary in the local paper from 15 years ago. Esteban Martinez, 16, passed away on Tuesday. He was a junior at Pinehaven High School. He is survived by his parents, Maria and Carlos Martinez. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about this other Esteban, this boy who shared my name, who had lived next door to where I now slept, who had ended his life at just 16. What were the chances? It felt too specific to be a coincidence, especially with what Lucia was seeing. The next day, I asked Lucia to tell me everything she could remember about the boy. He always looks so sad, she said. Sometimes he puts his hands over his face like he's crying. He never smiles. And he always says the same thing about regrets. Does he ever try to hurt you or scare you? I asked. She shook her head. No, he just watches. Sometimes he tries to talk to me, but I can only ever hear him say that one thing. It's like he's trying to tell me something important but can't get the words out. Why do you think he's showing himself to you and not the rest of us? I asked. She thought about it for a minute. Maybe because I'm the only one who doesn't ignore him. Maybe he knows I can see him. That night, I couldn't help myself. I snuck into the garage and started going through the boxes of stuff we'd taken from the house next door. Most of it was just random junk, old kitchen appliances, some worn-out furniture. But at the bottom of one box, I found a yearbook from Pinehaven High, dated 15 years ago. I flipped through it until I found the sophomore class photos, and there he was, Esteban Martinez, a boy with black hair and dark eyes that looked eerily similar to my own. The photo was in black and white, so I couldn't tell what color shirt he was wearing, but seeing his face made my skin crawl. It was like looking at a version of myself from another timeline. There wasn't much about him in the yearbook. No clubs or sports listed under his name. No candid photos. Just that one official portrait. It was like he had barely existed at the school. The next day at lunch, I approached Mrs. Benson, my English teacher, who'd been teaching at Pinehaven High for over 20 years. Do you remember a student named Esteban Martinez? I asked her. He would have been here about 15 years ago. A shadow crossed her face. Yes, I remember him. Quiet boy, very bright but troubled. Why do you ask? I heard about what happened to him. Since I have the same name, I was curious. She sighed deeply. It was a terrible tragedy. He was being bullied quite severely. Small towns can be cruel to those who are different. She paused, then added, I always wished I'd done more to help him. That night, I sat in my room, thinking about this other Esteban, about how isolated he must have felt in this town. I understood that feeling all too well. I'd dealt with my share of comments and stares since moving to Pinehaven. Nothing as bad as what he must have faced, but enough to make me feel like an outsider. I'd struggled with depression myself since we moved here, something I hadn't told my parents about. I wondered if he and I would have been friends if we'd lived here at the same time, if maybe having someone else who understood might have changed things for him. Around midnight, Lucia knocked on my door. She was pale and shaking. He's in your room right now, she whispered. He's standing right behind you. I froze, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The air around me suddenly felt cold, much colder than the rest of the house. What's he doing? I asked, not daring to turn around. Just standing there, looking at you. Lucia's eyes were fixed on a point just over my shoulder. He looks interested, like he's trying to figure you out. I took a deep breath. If he's here, I want to talk to him. Can you tell him that? Lucia nodded, still staring past me. He can hear you. He's listening. I felt ridiculous talking to an empty room, but I did it anyway. Esteban, I'm sorry about what happened to you. I wish things had been different. There was no response, at least none that I could hear. But Lucia's eyes widened. He says everyone always says that afterward, but no one ever does anything when it matters. A chill ran through me. Those weren't the words of a 13-year-old girl. They were too bitter, too adult. What does he regret? I asked. He keeps telling you he regrets a lot. What does that mean? Lucia tilted her head as if listening. He regrets giving up. He regrets not telling anyone how bad it was. He regrets that his parents had to find him. I felt tears welling up in my eyes. I understood those feelings too well, the isolation, the hopelessness, the feeling that nothing would ever change. There had been dark moments since moving to Pinehaven when I'd had similar thoughts. I get it, I said softly. I really do. I've felt that way too sometimes. Lucia gasped. He's touching your shoulder now. I couldn't feel anything physically, but I suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of sadness wash over me. Not my own sadness, but something older and deeper, like I was experiencing someone else's pain directly. He doesn't want you to end up like him, Lucia said. That's why he's been trying to talk to us. He saw the stuff we took from his house, and he recognized your name, and he thought maybe he could warn you. The coldness in the room intensified. The light from my desk lamp flickered briefly. I noticed the yearbook I'd found was now open on my bed, though I was certain I'd put it back in the box in the garage. Tell him I'll be okay, I said, my voice breaking slightly. Tell him I'll talk to someone if it gets bad, I promise. Lucia nodded. He heard you. She paused, then added, He's crying. That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking about this other Esteban, this boy who shared my name, who had lived where I now lived, who had faced the same struggles I was facing. It felt like more than coincidence. It felt like some kind of cosmic connection. The next morning, I asked my parents if we could return the items we'd taken from the house next door. I didn't tell them why, just said it didn't feel right to keep them. My mom looked at me strangely but agreed. We gathered everything up and put it all in the garage. My dad said he'd call the property management company to see if they wanted it back or if they'd rather we donate it somewhere. That evening, Lucia came to find me while I was doing homework. He's gone, she said simply. What do you mean? The boy, Esteban. I can't see him anymore. I think he's moved on or something. I went into the garage later that night and noticed that the yearbook I'd found was missing from the box where I'd returned it. I searched everywhere, but it was gone. I never told anyone about that. In the weeks that followed, I started seeing a counselor at school. I talked about how isolated I felt in Pinehaven, about the depression I'd been hiding. It helped. My parents also noticed the change in me and made more of an effort to help me connect with people in town. Things slowly got better. Lucia never saw the boy in the red shirt again. Sometimes I'd catch her staring out windows or looking at empty corners of rooms, but whenever I asked, she'd just shake her head and say he was gone. I still think about him, though. The other Esteban. I wonder if he found peace. I wonder if helping me somehow helped him too. It's been over a year now, and I've never told anyone else about what happened. Who would believe me? A ghost with my name who came to warn me about following his path? It sounds crazy even to me sometimes. But then I'll be walking past the house next door, and I'll feel a cold spot in the air, even on the hottest summer day. Or I'll catch a glimpse of red out of the corner of my eye that vanishes when I turn to look. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone with my thoughts and the old feelings of isolation start creeping back in, I swear I can hear a voice, just barely audible, whispering, "Don't make the same mistakes. Don't end up with the same regrets." I still don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I believe something happened in that house, something I can't explain, and whatever it was, I think it might have saved my life. Story 6. I'm still shaking as I type this. It's been 3 days since it happened, and I can't sleep without leaving all the lights on. I've never been the type to believe in paranormal stuff, but what I saw the other night has completely changed that. I live in a small apartment in the outskirts of Heidelberg, Germany. My place is the last building before you hit the forest edge. There's this small park between my building and the tree line, just a couple of benches, a tiny playground, and a walking path that eventually leads into the woods. Usually, I love the location. It's quiet, rent is cheaper than downtown, and I get to see deer sometimes in the early mornings. Well, at least I used to love it. This happened 3 nights ago, right before Christmas. We'd had a heavy snowfall all day, and everything was covered in about 8 inches of pristine white snow. The sky had finally cleared up, and there was this bright full moon reflecting off all that snow, making everything outside weirdly bright for the middle of the night. I couldn't sleep that night. I'd been tossing and turning until around 2 a.m. when I finally gave up and decided to take a hot shower to help me relax. My bathroom has this small frosted window that faces the park. It's frosted for privacy, but you can still make out shapes and movement through it, especially with all that moonlight bouncing off the snow. I was just about to step into the shower when I heard it, a baby crying. Not like a faint, distant cry, but clear as day, like it was coming from right outside. At first, I thought I was hearing things. Who the hell would have a baby outside at 2 a.m. in below freezing temperatures? But then I heard it again. This desperate, pitiful wailing that made my skin crawl. I wrapped a towel around myself and moved toward the bathroom window. The crying was definitely coming from the park. My first thought was that some parent was having a mental breakdown or something, walking their colicky baby at night. Or maybe someone had abandoned a baby. My mind was racing with horrible possibilities. I pushed the small window open just a crack. The freezing air hit my face immediately, and the crying got even louder. It was definitely a baby, and it sounded distressed, really distressed. My apartment is on the 2nd floor, so I had a decent view of most of the park. The snow was completely undisturbed except for a single set of, I don't even know if I'd call them footprints. There was a trail leading from the forest edge out into the center of the park, where I could make out a figure standing completely still in the moonlight. That's when I saw it. It wasn't a parent with a baby. It was something else entirely. The figure was small, maybe 4 feet tall, and completely white. Not white like it was wearing white clothes, but white like its skin or whatever covered it was the same color as the snow. The only reason I could see it at all was because of the way the moonlight cast a slight shadow. The thing that really made my blood run cold was its posture. It was hunched over, but not like someone bending forward. It was like its body had been folded in half, with its head positioned at an impossible angle, twisted nearly backward, as if it was looking right up at my window while its body faced the other direction. Its limbs were too thin, too long, and bent at all the wrong angles. In one of its hands, if you could call them hands, it was holding what looked like a leash. The leash was pulled completely taut, stretched out into the darkness toward the forest, but there was nothing attached to the end of it, nothing visible anyway. And that baby was still crying. The sound was coming from the direction of this thing, but it didn't have a baby with it. The crying seemed to be coming from the thing itself, but its body wasn't moving like it was making any sound. Its chest wasn't rising and falling with breath. It was just standing there, perfectly still, the crying echoing through the silent night. I was frozen in place, just staring at it. Some primal part of my brain was screaming at me to back away from the window, but I couldn't move. Then suddenly it shifted, not like a person shifts their weight, but like a glitch in reality. 1 second it was facing partially away, and the next it had rotated about 30 degrees more in my direction, still folded over in that impossible way. The crying stopped abruptly. The silence was somehow worse than the crying. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I wanted to close the window to look away, but I was paralyzed with fear. Then I realized something that made everything 1,000 times worse. The frosted glass of my bathroom window meant that while I could see out, albeit with everything slightly blurred, anyone outside would just see a frosted window. They shouldn't be able to tell if someone was looking out or not, but somehow this thing knew I was watching. The leash in its hand suddenly went slack, as if whatever invisible thing on the other end had been released. The white figure began to unfold itself, straightening its hunched back inch by inch in a series of unnatural movements. It was like watching someone rewind a video of a collapsing puppet, all wrong angles and jerky motions. As it straightened, it got taller. Much taller than I initially thought. What I had seen as a small, hunched figure was now stretching upward to what must have been 7 feet at least, its head still tilted at that impossible angle, face directed up toward my window. I couldn't make out facial features through the frosted glass, and looking back, I'm grateful for that small mercy, but I had the overwhelming sensation that it was looking directly at me, seeing me despite the frosted glass between us. That's when I finally broke free from my paralysis. I slammed the window shut and stumbled backward, falling onto the bathroom floor. My towel had come loose, and I was shivering, but not from the cold. Pure terror had taken over my body. I crawled to the bathroom door, too afraid to stand up and make myself visible through the window. Once in the hallway, I grabbed my phone with trembling hands and called the police. The dispatcher asked if I was in immediate danger. I didn't know how to answer that. Was I? The thing was outside, not in my apartment. But something told me that the normal rules, like walls and locked doors, might not matter to whatever that was. I managed to stammer out that there was someone suspicious in the park who seemed to be trying to lure people with the sound of a crying baby. The dispatcher said they would send a patrol car. I didn't dare go back to the bathroom or near any windows. I sat in my hallway, back against the wall, waiting for the police to arrive. Every few minutes, I'd hear it again, that baby crying, sometimes sounding closer, sometimes farther away, like it was circling my building. It took the police about 15 minutes to arrive. I saw the blue lights flashing through my living room windows. I still didn't want to look outside, but I forced myself to peek through my curtains to make sure they were actually there. 2 officers were walking through the park with flashlights, following the single trail of strange impressions in the snow. They followed it all the way to the forest edge, their lights bobbing among the trees for a while. Then they came back looking confused. One of them was talking into his radio. I put on some clothes and went downstairs to meet them when they knocked on our building door. They asked if I was the one who called, and I said yes. They told me they'd followed tracks into the forest for about 50 meters before they suddenly stopped, like whatever made them had vanished into thin air. They asked what exactly I'd seen. How do you tell 2 police officers that you saw some kind of inhuman creature mimicking a baby's cry? I couldn't bring myself to describe what I'd actually witnessed. I just said I'd seen someone suspicious acting weird in the park, and I was concerned because I heard what sounded like a baby. They nodded, taking notes, but I could tell they didn't really believe there was any serious threat. One of them suggested it might have been a fox. Apparently, foxes can make sounds surprisingly similar to a human baby crying. The other thought maybe it was just someone walking their dog late at night, though that didn't explain the crying. And the weird posture I described could have been someone bundled up against the cold. I nodded along, pretending their explanations made sense, because I desperately wanted them to. But I knew what I saw. And it wasn't a fox or a dog walker. They told me to call again if I saw anything else suspicious, but I could tell they thought it was just a nervous person overreacting to normal nighttime noises. They left, and I went back to my apartment, double and triple checking all the locks. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I've been keeping all my curtains closed and lights on. I haven't heard the crying again, but every time the wind blows or the building creaks, I jump. The worst part is, I can't stop thinking about that leash. What was on the other end of it? Why was it pulled so tight until the moment the thing noticed me watching? What did it release when the leash went slack? I've been researching local folklore since it happened, trying to find anything similar to what I saw. There are some old German tales about forest spirits that lure people away, but nothing that quite matches the white figure I saw. The rational part of my brain keeps trying to convince me it was just some weird trick of the light, or maybe I dozed off standing up and had a brief nightmare. But I know what I saw was real. I'm writing this all down partly because I need to get it out somewhere, and partly as a warning. If you ever hear a baby crying in the middle of the night, especially near woods or isolated areas, don't go investigating alone. Don't even look. Whatever's making that sound wants you to look. It wants you to come closer. And I can't shake the feeling that next time, if there is a next time, it won't just stand there. Next time it might release whatever's on the other end of that leash and send it straight for me. I'm looking for a new apartment now, somewhere in the middle of the city, far away from any parks or forests, somewhere with no windows facing outside, if such a place exists. I don't care if people think I'm crazy. I know what I saw, and I know it saw me too. Story 7. D. I moved to Willow Creek about 3 months ago with my roommates, Jen and Mike. We found this nice 2-story house on a quiet street that seemed perfect. Affordable rent, decent location, and enough space for the 3 of us plus my dog Cooper. I should mention Cooper is a rescue, a medium-sized mutt with some shepherd in him. He's usually super chill, which is why what happened was so weird. The first week was normal, unpacking boxes, arranging furniture, arguing over who gets which shelf in the fridge, typical roommate stuff. I chose the bedroom upstairs at the end of the hall. It had this walk-in closet I was excited about, and a view of the backyard. Jen and Mike took the other upstairs rooms. Things started getting weird during the second week. At first, it was just little stuff that I wrote off as being in a new place. I'd come home from work and find clothes on my closet floor that I was sure I'd hung up. Not like one shirt, like 5 or 6 items all scattered around. I figured maybe the rod was loose or something and kept rehinging them. Cooper started acting different too. He's usually this lazy dog who just wants to sleep on the couch all day, but he started staring at empty corners of rooms, like intensely staring. I'd follow his gaze and there'd be nothing there, just a normal corner, but he'd stand there, completely focused, sometimes for minutes at a time. Since he barks sometimes when we're gone, according to our previous neighbors, I bought him this humane bark collar that just vibrates when he makes noise. Doesn't shock him or anything. The weird thing was, it would go off when he wasn't barking. We'd all be sitting in the living room watching TV, Cooper completely silent, and suddenly the collar would start vibrating. I checked it multiple times thinking it was malfunctioning, but it worked fine during tests. About 3 weeks after moving in, I woke up one morning with 3 long scratches down my forearm. They weren't deep, but they were definitely there. 3 perfectly parallel lines from my elbow almost to my wrist. I don't have long nails, and I sleep in a t-shirt, so I couldn't have done it to myself. Cooper sleeps in his bed on the floor, and he'd never scratched me before. I racked my brain trying to remember if I'd scraped against something the day before, but I couldn't remember anything. They didn't hurt much, just looked red and weird. When I showed Jen at breakfast, she got this look on her face. She asked if anything else strange had been happening. I mentioned the clothes and Cooper's behavior, and she nodded like she wasn't surprised. "My bedroom door keeps opening at night," she said. "I know I close it before I go to sleep, but I'll wake up and it's wide open." Mike laughed it off. He's always been the skeptical type. Old houses settle, floors aren't level, mystery solved. But I could tell Jen was genuinely freaked out. She started keeping a chair propped against her door at night. The scratches faded after a couple days, and I tried to forget about it. Maybe I'd scratched myself in my sleep somehow. Maybe Cooper had jumped on the bed and accidentally scratched me, though he's never been a jumper. Then came that Saturday night. Mike was at his girlfriend's place, and Jen was visiting her parents for the weekend. I was alone with Cooper, binging some Netflix show and half dozing on the couch around 11 p.m. Cooper suddenly lifted his head and stared at the front door. His ears were perked up all the way, totally alert. I paused the TV, thinking maybe someone was at the door, but I didn't hear anything. Then it happened. Clear as day, I heard the front door open. Not like a creaking sound that could be mistaken for something else. The actual sound of our door opening, the specific squeak it makes, then the sound of it closing, then footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps crossing our entryway tile, then hitting the first step of the staircase. Cooper went absolutely nuts. He jumped up, hackles raised, and started this low growl I'd never heard from him before. The bark collar was vibrating like crazy. I sat there frozen. The footsteps continued up the stairs, step, 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 slow and heavy. I could feel my heart pounding in my throat. I'd like to say I was brave and went to check it out, but honestly, I was terrified. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911, and picked up the heaviest thing within reach, a metal floor lamp. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs and then just stopped. Cooper was still growling, staring at the staircase. I finally found my voice and called out, "Hello, who's there?" Silence. After what felt like an eternity but was probably 30 seconds, I got up the courage to check. I turned on every light as I went, Cooper glued to my side. The front door was locked, dead bolted. The chain was still on. I checked every window downstairs, all locked. Back door, locked. No one could have gotten in or out. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the couch with all the lights on. Cooper pressed against me, jumping at every little house noise until sunrise. When Jen and Mike got back the next day, I told them what happened. Mike still tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the neighbors. Maybe it was the pipes. Maybe I was half asleep and dreamed it. But I know what I heard. And more importantly, Cooper heard it too. Jen suggested calling her friend Amber, who's into witchcraft and spiritual stuff. I've never been the type to believe in that kind of thing, but at that point, I was desperate for explanations. Amber came over that afternoon. She's this petite woman with dyed purple hair and more crystals around her neck than seems comfortable to wear. As soon as she walked in, she stopped in the entryway, closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "Something's here," she said. "Something heavy." She walked through the house, stopping in different rooms, sometimes touching the walls or standing completely still with her eyes closed. When she reached the downstairs bathroom, this small half-bath under the stairs, she physically recoiled. "This is bad. This is really bad energy," she said. "Has anything happened in here specifically?" Nothing had, at least not that I could remember. It was just a bathroom. But Cooper refused to go near it. He'd literally plant his feet and resist if I tried to lead him past that door. Amber spent about an hour in the house before leaving. She said she needed to come back with supplies to do a proper cleansing. She explained that older houses sometimes collect energy from previous residents, and occasionally that energy can manifest in ways like what we were experiencing. That night, more clothes ended up on my closet floor. When I went to pick them up, the closet felt about 10 degrees colder than my room. Cooper wouldn't come near it. Amber returned 2 days later with a backpack full of stuff: sage bundles, crystals, salt, candles, and this pendulum thing on a chain. She said she wanted to try to communicate with whatever was in the house before attempting to clear it out. We sat at the kitchen table. Me, Jen, Amber, and even Mike, who said he was just curious. Cooper lay in the corner watching us. Amber placed the pendulum over a piece of paper with yes and no written on it. She closed her eyes and asked, "Is there a presence in this house?" The pendulum swung toward yes. Mike rolled his eyes, probably thinking she was moving it herself. "Are you human?" she asked. The pendulum swung to no. "Have you been here long?" The pendulum circled yes vigorously. "Do you mean harm to the people living here?" The pendulum hovered, then slowly moved to no. "Do you dislike the dog?" Immediate strong swing to yes. Cooper's bark collar suddenly vibrated in the corner, even though he wasn't making a sound. I felt goosebumps rise on my arms. The air in the kitchen felt thick, like it was hard to breathe. Jen later said she felt it too, this heaviness, like the air pressure had changed. Mike stopped smirking and sat up straighter. Amber asked more questions, but the answers became inconsistent. She put the pendulum away and said we needed to cleanse the house immediately. She explained that whatever was there seemed territorial and particularly bothered by Cooper. We started in the upstairs bedrooms, with Amber lighting a sage bundle and wafting the smoke into corners while chanting something under her breath. In my room, the sage kept going out when she approached my closet, like completely out, not just dimming. She'd relight it, and it would extinguish again. After the third time, she pulled out a small bottle of what she called blessed water and sprinkled it around the closet perimeter. The downstairs bathroom was the worst. When Amber opened the door, the temperature dropped noticeably. I'm not exaggerating. You could literally feel the cold air flowing out. Cooper started whining from the living room. Amber's hands were shaking as she tried to light the sage, which wouldn't stay lit at all in there. "This is the epicenter," she said quietly. "Whatever it is, this is where it's strongest." She pulled out several crystals and placed them in a circle on the bathroom floor. She sprinkled salt across the threshold and started some kind of ritual, speaking in a language I didn't recognize. That's when things got really weird. The bathroom door slammed shut with Amber inside. We could hear her still chanting, her voice rising. Cooper's bark collar went crazy, vibrating so intensely it actually moved across the floor where he'd dropped it. The lights in the hallway flickered. There was this pressure in my ears, like when you're on an airplane during descent. Jen tried the bathroom door, but it felt stuck. Not locked, stuck, like something was holding it closed. Mike finally shouldered it open, nearly falling into the tiny room. Amber was standing in the middle of her crystal circle, her eyes closed, still chanting. The sage bundle in her hand was now burning brightly, the smoke unusually thick and swirling in a way that didn't seem natural with the bathroom's ventilation. "Almost done," she said without opening her eyes. "Stay back." She finished whatever ritual she was doing, then poured a circle of salt around the entire bathroom perimeter. She explained she was closing a veil between our world and whatever was coming through in that spot. As she completed the circle, Cooper's collar abruptly stopped vibrating. The pressure in my ears popped. The bathroom suddenly felt normal, just a small, slightly dated half-bath under the stairs. Amber looked exhausted afterward. She said that the entity wasn't necessarily malicious, but was territorial and didn't like the changes we'd brought to the house, especially Cooper. She thought it had probably been there for decades, possibly from when the house was first built in the 1960s. She left us with instructions: maintain lines of salt at thresholds, burn sage weekly, and keep certain crystals she'd placed around the house in their positions. She said the barrier she created should hold, but that these maintenance tasks would help reinforce it. It's been about a month since all that happened. The scratches never reappeared. The clothes have stayed put in my closet. Cooper stopped staring at empty corners and will now walk past the bathroom without issue. His collar hasn't randomly vibrated once. Mike still says it was all psychological, that Amber picked up on our fears and played into them, and once we believed it was fixed, we stopped noticing normal house sounds. Maybe he's right. Maybe the footsteps were just the house settling in some weird way that sounded exactly like a person walking upstairs. But I know what I felt in that bathroom during Amber's ritual. I know what I heard that night alone with Cooper. And sometimes, when I'm home by myself, I still get the feeling I'm being watched when I pass certain areas of the house. I keep up with Amber's instructions, just in case. The salt lines, the sage, the crystals. It feels silly sometimes. But the alternative is acknowledging that something I can't explain existed in my house and might still be here, just dormant or contained. Jen's stopped using the chair against her door, but she still closes it firmly every night. Cooper sleeps in my room now instead of downstairs, and none of us talk about what happened anymore, like if we ignore it, it confirms it wasn't real. But sometimes I wake up at night for no reason, heart racing, feeling like someone just called my name. And I wonder if the barrier Amber created is really as strong as she believes it is. Story 8. I never really believed in monsters or ghosts or anything like that. I was always the skeptical one in my family, rolling my eyes whenever my grandmother would tell her ghost stories around the holidays. That all changed 3 nights ago. I moved back to North Haven about 6 months ago after living in Boston for nearly a decade. This small coastal town has always been home, even though I tried to escape it after college. When my job went remote permanently, it just made sense to come back where the cost of living is lower and I could be closer to family. My sister Emma and I decided to rent a place together near the water, a charming little 2-bedroom cottage that's probably been standing since the 1920s. Emma had a conference in Portland this weekend, but she came home early because of a cancelled session, surprising me around 10 p.m. I was actually glad to see her. Being alone in the cottage at night sometimes makes me uneasy. The wind off the ocean makes these low moaning sounds that echo through the old walls, and the wooden structure creaks and groans with every temperature change. I remember feeling exhausted that night. Work had been brutal all week with a major deadline looming, and I'd been averaging maybe 4 hours of sleep. Emma and I stayed up talking for a bit in the living room, catching up over a glass of wine. Around midnight, we both headed to our rooms. This is where things get difficult to explain. I fell asleep almost immediately, but my dreams were unsettling from the start. In my dream, I was lying in the exact same position as I was actually sleeping in, on my right side, facing the doorway of my bedroom. The door was partially open, just as I'd left it in reality. I've always preferred sleeping with doors slightly ajar. I hate the feeling of being completely closed in. In this dream, I suddenly became aware of a presence. Standing in the doorway was a tall, thin thing. I hesitate to call it a person because it didn't move like one. Its proportions were just slightly wrong. Arms too long, neck too thin. It stood perfectly still, just watching me. The light from the hallway nightlight created a silhouette, but I could still somehow make out its face. It was smiling. Not a friendly smile, but something predatory and cold, and it was pointing directly at me with one impossibly long finger. The worst part wasn't its appearance, though. It was the overwhelming sense of insignificance I felt. Like this thing was somehow communicating to me that I was worthless, small, meaningless. It wasn't speaking, but I could feel its contempt and mockery radiating toward me. It was feeding on my growing fear and self-doubt, savoring it. I tried to scream in my dream, but couldn't. I tried to move, but felt heavy. Classic nightmare stuff, right? Except then I woke up, and it was still there. I blinked hard, fully awake now, my heart hammering in my chest. The figure remained in my doorway, exactly as it had been in my dream. Same position, same terrible smile, same pointing finger. The terror I felt in that moment is impossible to fully describe. This wasn't a dream anymore. This was happening. It didn't move, but somehow I sensed it was pleased I could see it. Like this was exactly what it wanted. I could feel its satisfaction as my fear spiked to levels I've never experienced before. I had the distinct impression it was feeding somehow, drawing something from my terror. I managed to find my voice then and let out a scream that tore at my throat. "Emma! Emma! Help me!" I heard my sister stirring in her room across the hall, but I couldn't take my eyes off the thing in my doorway. It was still there, still smiling, still pointing. "What? What's wrong?" Emma called out, her voice thick with sleep. I turned my head toward the sound of her voice just for a split second. When I looked back at my doorway, the figure was gone. Emma appeared in my doorway moments later, flipping on my light switch. "Jesus, Melanie, what happened? Are you okay?" I was shaking uncontrollably, cold sweat covering my body. "There was someone here, Emma, standing right where you are now." She immediately checked the house, every room, every closet, under every bed. The front and back doors were both locked, windows secured. There was no sign of any intruder. "It must have been a bad dream," she said, sitting on the edge of my bed. "It wasn't," I insisted. "I woke up and it was still there. It was real." Emma stayed with me the rest of the night, sleeping beside me like we did as kids during thunderstorms. I didn't sleep a minute. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see that figure, that terrible smile, that pointing finger, and each time I felt that same overwhelming dread and insignificance wash over me. The next morning, I was a wreck. Emma was concerned but clearly skeptical, attributing my experience to stress, exhaustion, or maybe sleep paralysis. But I know what sleep paralysis is. I've experienced it before. This was different. I could move. I was fully awake. And the way it disappeared when I turned away and then looked back. That's not how hallucinations work. What happened next is why I'm absolutely certain this wasn't just a nightmare or my mind playing tricks on me. That afternoon, we visited our grandmother for our usual Sunday lunch. I hadn't planned to mention my experience. Gram is 86 and has a weak heart, and I didn't want to upset her. But Emma, thinking it might help me process what she assumed was just a vivid nightmare, brought it up while we were having coffee in Gram's sunroom. "Melanie had a weird experience last night," Emma said casually. "She thought she saw someone standing in her doorway, pointing at her. Freaked her out pretty bad." The color drained from my grandmother's face. The delicate china teacup she was holding clattered against its saucer. "Was it smiling at you?" Gram asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Emma and I exchanged glances. I felt a chill run down my spine. "Yes," I said. "How did you know that?" Gram's hands were trembling now. "I saw it too. Years ago, when your sister Ashley was staying with me after your grandfather passed." Ashley is our older sister who lives in California now. She'd stayed with Gram for a few months after Grandpa died to help her adjust to living alone. "I woke up in the middle of the night," Gram continued, "and there it was, standing in the doorway to my bedroom, tall, thin thing, just standing there pointing at me with this horrible smile, like it was mocking me, making me feel so small and afraid." My blood ran cold, hearing her describe exactly what I'd experienced. "What did you do?" I asked. "I screamed for Ashley. She was in the guest room across the hall. When I turned my head to call for her, the thing disappeared. But every time I closed my eyes after that, I could see it in my mind, still smiling, still pointing, like it was trying to feed on my fear." Emma's skepticism was visibly crumbling as our grandmother described, in perfect detail, exactly what I'd experienced. "Did it ever come back?" I asked. Gram shook her head. "No, but I never forgot it. How could I? For years I told myself it was grief playing tricks on my mind. But deep down, I knew it was real." "Did you ever tell Ashley about it?" Emma asked. "Yes, the next morning. She didn't see anything, but she said—" Gram paused, looking uncomfortable. "Said what?" I pressed. She said that while I was screaming, she felt a sudden wave of dread, like all the happiness had been sucked out of the room, and she felt inexplicably cold, even though it was July. We left Graham's house earlier than usual that day. The three of us were shaken, and Graham seemed especially tired after recounting her experience. On the drive home, Emma was quiet, processing what we'd heard. "It has to be a coincidence," she finally said. "Or maybe you heard Graham tell this story years ago and forgot about it, and your subconscious brought it up." "I've never heard that story before," I insisted. "And you know Graham doesn't go in for ghost stories or anything supernatural. She's the most practical person we know." "Then what are you suggesting? That some entity has been haunting our family? Why would it target just you and Graham years apart, and not Ashley or me?" I didn't have an answer then. I still don't. That night I was terrified to go to sleep. Emma offered to stay in my room again, but I declined. I needed to know if it would come back, and somehow I felt its appearance was connected to me being alone. I left every light in the house on and propped my bedroom door wide open. I even set up my phone to record the doorway all night. I must have fallen asleep eventually, though I don't remember when. The next thing I knew, it was morning, and sunlight was streaming through my windows. My phone had stopped recording at some point, memory full. When I checked the footage, there was nothing unusual, just hours of an empty doorway. I felt relieved, but still uneasy. Why had both my grandmother and I seen the exact same entity, decades apart? Was it tied to our family somehow? Was it something about the coastal area where we live? Or is there something about me and Graham specifically that makes us sensitive to whatever this is? I called Ashley later that day, hoping she might remember something else from that night with Graham. She confirmed what Graham had told us, the inexplicable cold, the feeling of dread, but she added something Graham hadn't mentioned. "After that night," Ashley said, "Graham started leaving all the lights on in the house. She had me check under her bed every night before she'd go to sleep, like a little kid. This went on for weeks, and sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night and find her sitting in the living room, afraid to go back to her room. She made me promise never to tell you guys, because she didn't want you to worry about her mental state. Last night, I stayed at a hotel. I couldn't face another night in my bedroom, wondering if that thing would appear again. Emma thinks I'm overreacting, but she didn't see it. She didn't feel what I felt, that bone-deep terror, that sense of being diminished somehow, fed upon. I've been researching similar experiences online, and there are accounts from all over the world that describe entities that seem to feed on fear or negative emotions. Some cultures call them different names, attribute different origins to them, but the descriptions are often similar. Tall, thin figures that appear in doorways or at the foot of beds, inducing terror in their victims. I don't know what to do. I can't stay in hotels forever, but I'm scared to go back to my house. I'm scared to close my eyes, because every time I do, I see it standing there, pointing at me, smiling that terrible smile. And I feel it drawing something out of me, my courage, my sense of safety, my very sense of self. I'm not writing this to get advice, really. I just needed to put this experience into words, to make it concrete somehow, to convince myself I'm not losing my mind. Because 2 people in my family have seen this thing now, the exact same entity with the exact same behavior, and I can't shake the feeling that it's not done with us yet. Story 9. I've never told anyone outside my family about this. I don't know if writing it down will help, but after what happened last month, the nightmares have been getting worse. I need to get this out. I grew up in the Palm, a small village about 2 hours from the city. Most people don't know it by that name anymore, since it was developed into a proper town about 15 years ago. Back when I was a kid, though, It was just a cluster of old houses surrounded by farmland and bordered by dense forest on the north side. My grandmother lived with us in our small house on the edge of the village. She was tough as nails, but also deeply superstitious. She had all these rules we had to follow. Don't whistle at night, don't cut your nails after sunset, don't sleep with your feet facing the door. As a kid, I thought they were just her quirks, but there was one rule she was absolutely strict about. Never bring meat home after the sun goes down. Every time we went shopping in the next town over, she'd constantly check her watch and hurry us along if it started getting late. If we couldn't make it back before sunset, she'd insist we stay overnight with relatives or leave the meat behind. My parents mostly humored her, but sometimes I could tell my dad thought it was ridiculous. Still, they never broke that rule. Not after what happened to my aunt and uncle. Growing up, I'd heard bits and pieces of that story. It was like a family ghost story that adults would whisper about when they thought I wasn't listening. But the full story came out last month when I went back home for my grandmother's funeral. After the ceremony, the family gathered at our old house. I was helping clean up when I found a small brass container of turmeric in the glove compartment of my dad's car. It looked ancient, and when I asked him about it, his face went pale. "Put that back," he said sharply. "Your grandmother put it there." That night, after most relatives had left, my parents finally told me the whole story. They said now that Grandma was gone, I needed to know the truth so I could protect myself. Back in the early 90s, before I was born, my aunt and uncle, who we called Mama and Papa as is custom, had gone to the neighboring village for supplies. They'd had a good day at the market and decided to pick up some fresh goat meat from a butcher who was known for quality cuts. They spent more time than planned talking with friends they'd run into, and by the time they started heading back, the sun had already set. Papa was driving their old Fiat along the narrow forest road that connects the two villages. It's called Palmwood Road now, all paved and lined with streetlights. But back then, it was just packed dirt with dense forest, pressing in from both sides. Their headlights were the only illumination for miles. They were about halfway home when they saw her. At first, Papa thought it was just a trick of the light, a white shape by the roadside. As they got closer, they realized it was a woman wearing what looked like a white sari, standing absolutely still at the edge of the woods. My mom said Papa described her as beautiful in a strange way. She looked to be in her late 20s, with unusually long black hair that reached past her waist. She wasn't doing anything, just standing there. But when the headlights hit her, she raised her hand as if asking for a ride. Papa slowed down. This was normal in our community. People often gave rides to neighbors who needed to get from one village to another. But as they got closer, something felt off. The woman's feet seemed to hover slightly above the ground, though in the dark it was hard to be sure. And despite the cool night air, she was wearing only the thin white clothing, no jacket or shawl. My aunt noticed none of this. She was already reaching to unlock the back door when Papa suddenly floored the accelerator, speeding past the woman without stopping. "What are you doing?" Mama had demanded. "We can't just leave her out here in the dark." Papa didn't answer. He just kept driving, faster than was safe on that road, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. Mama turned to look back through the rear window, ready to apologize to the woman they'd left behind. What she saw made her blood freeze. The woman was gone, completely vanished. And they were only about 50 feet past where she'd been standing. There was no way she could have moved out of sight that quickly. The forest was too dense to run into, and there were no turns or houses nearby. She had simply disappeared. When Mama turned back around, Papa's face was ashen. "That wasn't a woman," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It was a Chudale. It was drawn by the meat." A Chudale is a type of female ghost in our folklore, the spirit of a woman who died during childbirth or because of betrayal. They're known to appear beautiful from the front, but have backwards feet and hollow backs. They can change their appearance and often try to lure travelers, especially men. And they're particularly attracted to the smell of raw meat. Papa explained that if they had given her a ride, she would have killed them both before they reached home. He'd recognized what she was because of her unusual beauty and the way she stood too still, like something pretending to be human. When they got home, they told my grandmother what had happened. She wasn't surprised. Apparently, this entity had been seen by others in our village over the years, always on that same stretch of road, always after sunset, and always when someone was carrying meat. After that night, Grandmother instituted her strict rule about never bringing meat home after dark. She also started putting raw turmeric with any meat we bought, claiming it would prevent negative energies from following us. The small brass container I found had been in our family cars ever since. I remember laughing when my parents finished the story. It seemed so silly, a ghost that chases after raw meat like some kind of supernatural foodie. I told them I appreciated the family folklore, but that there had to be a rational explanation for what Papa and Mama saw that night. My dad didn't argue with me. He just said, "Believe what you want, but keep that turmeric in your car if you ever drive that road at night." I didn't think much more about it until I had to drive back to the city the next day. My flight wasn't until late evening, so I spent the day helping my parents sort through Grandma's things. We lost track of time, and it was already getting dark when I finally hit the road. The rational part of my brain wasn't worried. The Palm is a proper town now, with streetlights and paved roads. That old dirt path through the forest is now Palmwood Road, a 2-lane asphalt road that serves as the main connection to the highway. Still, I couldn't help feeling a little uneasy as the sun disappeared completely and I turned onto that stretch of road. The development hasn't fully reached this part of town yet. There are still large patches of the original forest on either side. The streetlights are spaced far apart, creating pools of light with long stretches of darkness between them. As I drove, I found myself thinking about Papa's story and the woman in white. About halfway along Palmwood Road, my car suddenly sputtered and died. I'm not mechanically inclined, but I do know that my car was only 3 years old and had never given me any trouble before. I tried restarting it several times, but nothing happened. The battery seemed fine, the dashboard lights were on, but the engine wouldn't turn over. I called for roadside assistance, and they said it would be about an hour before someone could reach me. Great. So there I was, sitting in my dead car in the dark, on the exact stretch of road where my aunt and uncle had seen the Chewdale years ago. I tried to distract myself by scrolling through my phone, but the battery was low, and I needed to save enough power to call the tow truck if they were running late. After about 20 minutes, I started to feel claustrophobic inside the car. It was a warm night, and without the engine running, there was no air conditioning. I rolled down the windows to get some air and immediately regretted it. The forest sounds rushed in, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of insects, and something else I couldn't quite identify. A sort of soft, rhythmic sound like footsteps on the asphalt. I held my breath and listened harder. Tap, tap, tap. It was definitely footsteps, coming from somewhere behind my car. I looked in my rearview mirror, but couldn't see anyone in the darkness between streetlights. The tapping continued, getting slightly louder, as if whatever was making the sound was getting closer. I tried to tell myself it was probably just another person walking along the road. Maybe someone who lived in one of the few houses scattered along the edge of the forest. But at 10 p.m., on this mostly deserted stretch, it seemed unlikely. The footsteps stopped. I waited, straining to hear any sound over my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. Nothing. I started to relax, thinking whatever it was had gone away. Then I heard a soft tap on my passenger side window. I nearly jumped out of my skin, but forced myself to turn and look. There was no one there. The window was still rolled down, and the night air drifted in, unusually cold for this time of year. "Hello," I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. "Is someone there?" No response, just the normal sounds of the forest at night. I decided I'd be safer with the windows up, and was reaching for the control when I saw movement in my peripheral vision. Just a flash of white among the trees on the passenger side of the car. I froze, my hand hovering over the window button. "Who's there?" I said, louder this time, trying to sound authoritative rather than terrified. Again, no answer, but I could feel someone or something watching me from the darkness. My phone rang, making me yelp in surprise. It was the roadside assistance company calling to tell me their truck was running late and would be another 30 minutes. I wanted to beg them to hurry, to tell them I wasn't alone out here, but I didn't want to sound crazy. I just thanked them and hung up. When I looked back toward the forest, she was there. Standing at the edge of the trees, just beyond the reach of the nearest streetlight, was a woman in white. She was exactly as my parents had described, beautiful, with long black hair cascading down past her waist, wearing what looked like a simple white sari. She wasn't moving, just staring at my car with an unnatural stillness. I felt a cold sweat break out across my skin. This couldn't be real. It had to be my imagination, fueled by the story I'd just heard and the stress of Grandma's funeral. I blinked hard, expecting the figure to vanish. But when I opened my eyes, she had moved closer to the road, still staring directly at my car, still completely motionless except for her hair, which seemed to float around her as if suspended in water despite there being no wind. My hand fumbled for the window controls, and I quickly rolled up all 4 windows, then double-checked that the doors were locked. I tried the engine again. Nothing. When I looked back up, she was standing in the middle of the road, about 20 feet in front of my car. From this distance, I could see her more clearly in my headlights. She was even more beautiful than I'd imagined, with perfect features and pale skin that seemed to glow faintly in the dark. But there was something wrong about her eyes. They were too dark, like holes in her face, and her feet. I couldn't quite see her feet. I remembered the brass container of turmeric and frantically searched the glove compartment. It was still there. I didn't know what I was supposed to do with it. Sprinkle it around the car? Eat it? In desperation, I just clutched it in my hand like a talisman. The woman took a step toward my car, then another. Her movement was strange, almost like she was gliding rather than walking. With each step, the temperature inside my car seemed to drop further. She was 10 feet away now. Close enough that I should have been able to see her expression, but her face remained oddly blank, like a beautiful mask. Then I remembered something, the groceries in my trunk. My parents had insisted on sending me home with food, including some of my dad's homemade beef jerky. It wasn't raw meat, but it was meat nonetheless. Was that what had attracted her? The woman took another step closer, and now she was right at the hood of my car. I could see her face clearly through the windshield. She was still eerily beautiful, but now her mouth was stretching into a smile that was too wide, revealing teeth that looked sharp in the dim light. She raised one hand and tapped on the hood. The sound echoed inside the car like a gunshot. Tap, tap, tap. I was paralyzed with fear, clutching the turmeric container so hard that my knuckles turned white. The woman's smile grew wider, impossibly wide, stretching almost to her ears. Her eyes remained those empty black pits. She began to move around to the driver's side, her movements jerky and unnatural, like watching a film where frames were missing. One moment she was at the hood, the next she was alongside the car, peering in at me through the window. Her face was inches from mine now, separated only by the glass. She tapped on the window with a long fingernail. Tap, tap, tap. "Please," I whispered, though I don't know who I was talking to. "Please go away." The woman tilted her head at an impossible angle, as if curious. Then she opened her mouth and pressed it against the window. Her breath fogged the glass, and in the fog she traced something with her finger. I realized with horror that she was writing something backward so I could read it from inside. L-E-T-M-E-I-N-I, screamed then, a full-throated sound of pure terror. At that exact moment, my headlights caught the bright reflectors of an approaching vehicle. The tow truck was finally arriving. I looked back at my window, but the woman was gone. The fog of her breath remained on the glass, along with the message she'd written, but she had vanished completely. The tow truck pulled up behind me, and a middle-aged man got out, walking toward my car with a flashlight. I was shaking so badly I could barely unlock my door. "You all right, miss?" he asked when he reached me. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I almost laughed hysterically at his choice of words. Instead, I just nodded and mumbled something about being scared because my car had broken down in the dark. He checked under the hood and found nothing obviously wrong. When he tried the ignition, the car started immediately. He seemed confused, but suggested it might have been a temporary electronic glitch. I followed his truck all the way to the highway, the brass container of turmeric still clutched in my hand. I didn't stop until I reached the city, and I drove straight to a hotel instead of my apartment because I couldn't bear to be alone. The next day, I took my car to a mechanic. They found nothing wrong with it. It's been running perfectly ever since. I tried to convince myself it was all in my head, a hallucination brought on by grief and suggestion. But last week I was cleaning out my car and found something under the driver's seat. A long strand of black hair, much longer than mine, and when I tried to pick it up, it dissolved into dust between my fingers. I keep the turmeric container with me now, and I never drive after dark if I can help it. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night feeling like someone is tapping on my window. Tap, tap, tap. And I swear on the foggiest nights I can see words forming on my bedroom window, written from the outside in. Story 10. I've never been a big believer in ghosts. Sure, I've watched the paranormal shows and listened to creepy podcasts, but I've always figured there's a logical explanation for most things people claim are supernatural. That changed last month during my family vacation to Charleston, South Carolina. I still can't explain what happened that day at Magnolia Cemetery, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to. My parents and I were doing the typical tourist stuff in Charleston, eating seafood, walking along Rainbow Row, and taking pictures of the historic buildings. My dad, being the history buff he is, insisted we book one of those guided ghost tours on our third night there. Mom wasn't thrilled about it. She hates anything remotely scary, but she agreed when she heard it would be during daylight hours. The tour was set for 4 p.m. at Magnolia Cemetery, which is this massive historic graveyard dating back to the 1800s. It was late October, and even though we were in South Carolina, there was a surprising chill in the air that afternoon. I remember putting on a light jacket before we left our rental car in the small gravel parking area. Our tour guide, a middle-aged woman named Teresa, with a thick southern accent and dyed red hair, met our group at the entrance gates. There were about 12 of us total, my family, an older couple, a group of college-aged girls, and a few other random tourists. Teresa was wearing this dramatic black dress with a shawl that seemed a bit over the top for a daytime tour, but I guess it was part of setting the mood. "Welcome to Magnolia Cemetery, one of the most haunted locations in all of Charleston," she began, her voice dropping to what I assume was meant to be an eerie tone. I remember rolling my eyes a bit, thinking this would be another cheesy tourist trap where they exaggerate stories to scare people. The cemetery itself was actually pretty beautiful in a somber way. Massive oak trees draped with Spanish moss created a canopy over many of the paths, and ornate gravestones and mausoleums were scattered throughout the grounds. Some of the monuments were incredibly detailed, angels with outstretched wings, weeping women frozen in marble, and elaborate family crypts. As we started walking, Teresa began telling us about the cemetery's history and some of the notable people buried there. Confederate generals, politicians, victims of yellow fever epidemics. The usual stuff you'd expect. I was honestly only half listening, more interested in taking photos of the more impressive monuments with my phone. That's when I first noticed it, a faint singing somewhere behind me. It sounded like a child's voice, barely audible, almost like it was coming from far away. I glanced around, but everyone in our group was bunched together, listening to Teresa tell some story about a duel that had ended in death for both participants. "Did you hear that?" I whispered to my mom. "Hear what, honey?" She looked confused. "That singing, it sounds like a little kid." My mom shook her head. "I don't hear anything. Maybe it's coming from outside the cemetery." I nodded, figuring she was probably right. We were close enough to the fence that it could have been someone on the street, but something felt off about it. The voice didn't sound quite normal. It was too high-pitched, almost ethereal, and the song itself was familiar, but I couldn't place it. We continued on, stopping at various graves while Teresa dramatically recounted stories of tragic deaths and supposed hauntings. I tried to focus, but kept getting distracted by that distant singing. It would fade in and out, sometimes disappearing completely, only to return a few minutes later. About halfway through the tour, I felt something brush against my right hand, the one that wasn't holding my phone. It was so light I almost missed it, but there was definitely a sensation, like someone had run their fingers across my palm. I looked down, but saw nothing. The closest person to me was my dad, and he was on my left side. I shook it off, blaming it on my nerves, or maybe a strand of Spanish moss that had fallen from the trees. But then it happened again, more distinctly this time. It felt like someone had slipped their hand into mine. A small hand, cold to the touch, with tiny fingers that curled around my own. My heart started racing, and I yanked my hand away, shoving it into my jacket pocket. My dad noticed and gave me a questioning look. "You okay?" he asked. "Yeah, just cold," I lied, not wanting to sound crazy. "How do you tell your parents you think a ghost is trying to hold your hand?" The next 20 minutes were increasingly unnerving. Every time I relaxed and took my hand out of my pocket, I'd feel that same cold touch. Sometimes it was just a brush against my skin. Other times it felt distinctly like fingers attempting to intertwine with mine. And the singing continued, seeming to follow our group as we moved through the cemetery. At one point, I actually felt a tug, like someone was trying to pull me in a different direction from where the group was heading. It wasn't forceful, more like the insistent pull a child might give when they want to show you something. I resisted, staying close to my parents, but the tugging continued intermittently. I was genuinely freaked out by this point, but tried to rationalize what was happening. Maybe it was some kind of suggestion. Teresa had been filling our heads with ghost stories for nearly an hour, so perhaps my imagination was working overtime. Or maybe the cemetery had some kind of hidden audio system to enhance the experience, though that wouldn't explain the physical sensations I was feeling. About an hour into the tour, we approached a small gravestone set apart from the larger monuments. It was simple compared to many of the others, a white marble marker that had clearly been weathered by time. There were small toys placed around it, a teddy bear, a couple of plastic flowers, and what looked like a children's bracelet. Teresa's voice softened as we gathered around. "This is the grave of little Annie Aiken," she said, "one of our cemetery's youngest residents, and according to many visitors, one of our most active spirits." I felt a chill run down my spine that had nothing to do with the October air. Annie was just 3 years old when she died of scarlet fever in 1873, Teresa continued. Her parents were devastated, of course. They'd already lost 2 children before her, and Annie was their last. By all accounts, she was a lively, playful child who loved to sing and dance. Her father wrote in his journal that even when she was sick with fever, she would ask to play her favorite game, Ring Around the Rosie. My blood ran cold. That was it, the song I'd been hearing. Ring around the rosy, pocket full of posies. The pieces started falling into place, and I felt my mouth go dry. Over the years, Teresa went on, visitors to Annie's grave have reported some interesting experiences. Some say they hear a child singing in the distance. Others claim to feel a small hand slip into theirs as they walk the cemetery paths. Our groundskeeper swears that toys left on her grave sometimes move overnight. Annie, it seems, is still looking for playmates, even after all these years. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Everything Teresa was describing matched exactly what I'd been experiencing for the past hour. The singing, the cold little hand, the tugging, it all made sense now. I looked down at the grave, at the name Annie Aiken carved into the weathered stone, and felt a mixture of fear and wonder. As we stood there, I felt the cold touch on my hand again. But this time I didn't pull away. Instead, I let the sensation remain, this invisible connection to something or someone I couldn't see. The singing seemed closer now, clearer, though I still appeared to be the only one who could hear it. Teresa continued talking about other child graves in the cemetery, but I barely heard her. I was transfixed by Annie's grave and the realization that I might actually be experiencing something supernatural. For the first time in my life, I couldn't dismiss or explain away what was happening. When the group started moving again, I felt a stronger pull on my hand, urging me to stay behind. I hesitated, glancing at my parents who were already following Teresa to the next stop. "I'm going to take a few pictures," I called to them. "I'll catch up." My mom nodded, and they continued on with the rest of the group, leaving me alone by Annie's grave. Well, not really alone, as I was starting to understand. The singing had stopped, but the pressure on my hand remained. I took a deep breath and decided to do something that probably sounds crazy. I talked to her. "Hi, Annie," I said quietly, feeling both silly and terrified at the same time. "I can feel you holding my hand. It's nice to meet you." The cold sensation tightened slightly, almost like a squeeze. Then I felt the tugging again, more insistent this time, pulling me away from the grave and toward a large oak tree about 20 feet away. Curiosity overcoming my fear, I followed the invisible guide. When I reached the tree, the pulling stopped. I stood there uncertainly, looking around and wondering what I was supposed to see. Then I noticed something carved into the trunk, about at my eye level, a crude, weathered A+A inside a heart. It looked ancient, the edges of the carving smoothed by decades of growth and weather. "Was this yours, Annie?" I whispered. The cold touch returned, this time feeling like a pat on my arm, almost reassuring. Then the singing started again, louder than before, circling around me. "Ring around the rosy, pocket full of posies, ashes, ashes, we all fall down." I stood frozen, watching in disbelief as the fallen leaves at my feet began to swirl in a small circle, as if caught in a miniature whirlwind. There was no breeze. The air was completely still everywhere else in the cemetery, just this perfect circle of dancing leaves around me. Then, as suddenly as it had started, everything stopped. The leaves settled, the singing faded, and the cold pressure on my hand disappeared. I stood there for several minutes, trying to process what had just happened, before realizing my group had moved far ahead. I hurried to catch up, my mind racing. For the rest of the tour, I didn't feel Annie's presence again. No singing, no cold touch, no tugging on my hand. It was as if she'd said her goodbye or maybe lost interest in me. I wanted to tell my parents what had happened, but I knew they wouldn't believe me. They'd say it was my imagination or that I'd gotten caught up in the atmosphere of the tour. When the tour ended, I asked Teresa if she knew anything about markings on trees near Annie's grave. She looked surprised and admitted she didn't, but said she wasn't shocked that I was asking. "Annie seems to have taken a liking to you," she said with a knowing smile. "That happens sometimes. She chooses certain visitors to interact with. Consider yourself special. Most people just hear stories about her. You actually got to meet her. Before we left, I felt compelled to return to Annie's grave. My parents waited at the entrance while I made the quick trip back through the winding paths. When I reached her headstone, I knelt down and placed the hair tie I'd been wearing on my wrist next to the other trinkets. "Thanks for playing with me, Annie," I said softly. "I won't forget you." As I turned to leave, I swear I felt the lightest touch on my cheek, like the kiss of a child, and heard a faint giggle on the afternoon air. It's been a month since that day at Magnolia Cemetery, and I still think about Annie almost daily. I've researched everything I can find about her and her family. According to the historical records, her father was named Alexander Aiken, which might explain the A+A carving I found. Maybe it was something he carved for her while she was alive, a special place they would visit together. I know most people reading this will think I'm making it up, or that my mind was playing tricks on me. A month ago, I would have thought the same thing, but I know what I experienced that afternoon in Charleston was real. Sometimes, when I'm falling asleep at night, I think I can hear the faint echo of "Ring Around the Rosie" in the distance, and occasionally I feel a small, cold hand slip into mine. I don't tell many people about what happened that day. It's not that I'm afraid they won't believe me. It's that the experience feels private somehow. A special connection I made with a little girl who's been waiting 150 years for someone to play with her. I'm not scared of Annie. How could I be? She's just a child who doesn't want to be forgotten, who still wants to play and sing and hold hands with new friends. If anything, I feel honored that she chose me that day, that she wanted to show me her tree and share her song. Sometimes I think about going back to Charleston, back to Magnolia Cemetery, to visit Annie again. I wonder if she'd remember me, if I'd feel that small, cold hand in mine once more. Part of me hopes I will, but another part of me wonders if some experiences are meant to happen just once. Perfect, unexplainable moments that change how you see the world forever. All I know for sure is that I'll never hear "Ring Around the Rosie" the same way again, and I'll never dismiss someone else's ghost story without remembering the day I met Annie Aiken, a 3-year-old girl who died in 1873. But somehow, in ways I can't explain, is still very much present. Story 11. I've never really told this story to many people. It happened about 10 years ago when I was 15, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I used to believe in ghosts and the paranormal in a casual way, like watching scary movies and feeling a little creeped out afterward, but nothing serious. That changed completely after what happened that day in our small house in Pineville. It was early June, one of those hot summer days when school was out, and I was home with just my 17-year-old brother, Marcus. Our parents both worked full-time jobs, so we were used to having the house to ourselves during the day. We also had our little terrier mix, Stephanie. She was this scruffy little thing, maybe 15 pounds soaking wet, with these big brown eyes that could get her anything she wanted. She was basically the baby of the family, and she had this weird obsession with Cheerios. Not the honey nut kind or any fancy flavors, just the plain ones. She'd do backflips for them, I swear. That morning was completely normal. Marcus was holed up in his room playing video games online with his friends, and I was downstairs in the kitchen. Our house wasn't anything special, just a small 2-story place with 3 bedrooms upstairs, a living room, kitchen, and this glassed-in porch that my dad had built a few years back. The porch was my favorite spot because it let in so much light, and you could see the backyard and the woods behind our property. I remember I was making myself a bowl of cereal, Cheerios actually, when Stephanie came trotting into the kitchen, her nails clicking on the linoleum floor. She was looking up at me with those expectant eyes, waiting for me to drop a few Cheerios her way like I always did. Okay, I said, grabbing a few from the box. I tossed one to her, and she caught it mid-air, her little tail wagging like crazy. I turned away for literally 5 seconds to put the milk back in the fridge. When I turned back, Stephanie was gone. I didn't think much of it at first. She was always running around the house, probably heard something outside or went to beg from Marcus upstairs. I finished my cereal and went to the living room to watch TV. About 30 minutes later, I realized I hadn't seen Stephanie since the kitchen. This wasn't that unusual, but I called for her anyway. "Stephanie! Cheerios!" That usually brought her running from wherever she was hiding. Nothing. I got up and checked her usual spots. Under the coffee table, her bed in the corner of the living room, the spot behind the couch where she liked to hide her toys. No sign of her. I went upstairs and knocked on Marcus's door. He had his headphones on and was talking loudly to his friends in the game. "Have you seen Stephanie?" I asked when he finally acknowledged me. "Nah, isn't she with you?" He barely looked away from his screen. "I haven't seen her for like half an hour." He shrugged. "She's probably sleeping somewhere. Check Mom and Dad's room." I checked every room upstairs, looking under beds, in closets, behind curtains. No Stephanie. I was starting to get worried at this point. Our house wasn't that big, and she always came when called, especially with the promise of Cheerios. I went back downstairs and checked every possible hiding spot. I even opened the front and back doors to see if maybe she'd somehow gotten outside, but the doors had been locked, and she wasn't in the yard. I was really starting to panic now. "Marcus," I yelled up the stairs, "I can't find Stephanie anywhere." He finally came downstairs, annoyed at being pulled away from his game. "She's got to be here somewhere. She can't just disappear." We spent the next 2 hours searching the entire house. We moved furniture, looked in cabinets too small for her to fit in, checked the basement even though the door had been closed. It was like she had literally vanished into thin air. I was on the verge of tears, thinking maybe she'd somehow gotten outside and was lost or hurt. As a last resort, I grabbed her favorite toy, this squeaky pig that she'd had since she was a puppy. It was disgusting, covered in dried slobber and missing an ear, but she loved that thing. I started squeezing it repeatedly, walking through the house. Squeak, squeak, squeak. I was in the living room when I heard it, the faint sound of whimpering coming from upstairs. I froze, squeezing the toy one more time. Squeak. The whimpering grew louder. It was definitely Stephanie. "Marcus! I hear her upstairs," I yelled, already running for the stairs. I took them 2 at a time, following the sound of her cries. They were coming from the hallway outside Marcus's room. When I got to the top of the stairs, I saw her. Stephanie was pacing back and forth in front of Marcus's door, making this awful crying noise I'd never heard from her before. She wasn't just whimpering, she was full-on crying, like she was in pain or terrified. "Stephanie, oh my God, where have you been?" I rushed toward her, relief flooding through me. That's when it happened. I was about halfway down the hall when I felt it. 5 distinct points of pressure dragging down my back from between my shoulder blades all the way to my lower back. It wasn't just a brush or a graze. It was deliberate, slow, and painful. Like someone had dug their fingernails into my skin and clawed downward with force. I screamed, more from shock than pain at first, and spun around. There was nobody there. The hallway behind me was completely empty. Marcus burst out of his room, ripping his headphones off. "What the hell? What's wrong?" "Something just scratched me." I was backing away, my hand reaching behind me, trying to touch my back. "Something scratched my back." "What are you talking about? There's nothing." He didn't finish his sentence because that's when the banging started. Loud, deliberate thuds against the wall of the hallway. Bang, bang, bang. It wasn't like the house settling or pipes knocking. These were powerful impacts, like someone was punching the wall with all their strength. Marcus's face went pale. "What the fuck is that?" The banging moved, traveling down the hallway wall, getting closer to us. Stephanie was going crazy now, barking and howling in a way I'd never heard before. "We need to get out of here," I said, grabbing Stephanie. She was trembling violently in my arms. We ran downstairs, the banging following us, moving through the walls like whatever was causing it was running alongside us, but inside the wall itself. We didn't even discuss where to go. We both instinctively headed for the glassed-in porch. I think we both had the same idea, that we could easily escape outside from there if we needed to. We slammed the door to the porch behind us, and for a second the banging stopped. Marcus and I looked at each other, both breathing hard. Stephanie was still trembling in my arms, making little whimpering noises. "What the actual fuck was that?" Marcus whispered, as if afraid to speak at full volume. Before I could answer, the banging started again, but this time it was on the glass door we had just come through. Bang, bang, bang. The door shook with each impact, the glass vibrating so hard I was afraid it would shatter. The terrifying part was that we could see there was nothing there. Nothing visible was hitting the door, yet it was shaking violently with each impact. It was like watching someone pound on the door with their fist, except there was no fist, just the effect of it. Marcus grabbed his phone and called our mom. I could hear him trying to keep his voice steady as he explained what was happening, but I could tell from his expression that she wasn't taking him seriously. "Mom, I'm not making this up. There's something in the house." He looked at me desperately. "She thinks we're pranking her." The banging suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse than the noise. We waited, tense and ready to bolt out the exterior door if needed. "We should check your back," Marcus said, after a few minutes had passed without any more banging. I had almost forgotten about the scratches in the panic that followed. I turned around and lifted my t-shirt. Marcus's sharp intake of breath told me everything I needed to know. "Holy shit," he whispered. "There are 5 scratch marks. They're deep. You're bleeding a little." I felt sick. "Take a picture," I said. "Mom and Dad won't believe us otherwise." He took several photos with his phone and then showed me. 5 distinct red lines ran from my right shoulder blade down to my lower back, slightly curved like fingers had dragged down my skin. The middle 3 scratches had broken the skin enough to draw tiny beads of blood. We stayed on that porch for hours until our parents came home from work. Of course, they didn't believe us at first. My mom thought the scratches were from Stephanie, or that I'd scraped against something and didn't notice. My dad checked the entire house and found nothing unusual. They dismissed the banging as the house settling or our imagination running wild, but they couldn't explain how Stephanie had disappeared for 2 hours in a house where all doors and windows were closed and locked. They couldn't explain the scratches on my back, which were clearly not from a dog. They were too precise, too human-like. And they definitely couldn't explain why, for weeks afterward, Stephanie refused to go upstairs, or why she would stand at the bottom of the stairs and growl at nothing. We never experienced anything that extreme in the house again. There were little things. Items moved from where we left them, doors that would be closed when we came home, even though we left them open, the occasional sound of footsteps when nobody was there. But whatever made itself known that day never physically harmed any of us again. I still have faint scars on my back from those scratches. They've faded over the years, but in the right light you can still see 5 pale lines. Sometimes I catch myself reaching back to touch them, to remind myself that it really happened, that I didn't imagine it. We moved out of that house about 2 years later. I never told the new owners what happened. Maybe I should have, but what would I say? Watch out for the invisible thing that might scratch you and trap your dog. Stephanie passed away last year at the age of 13. In her old age, she developed this strange habit of staring at empty corners of rooms. Her ears perked forward, like she was listening to someone. It always made me wonder if she could still see or hear whatever was in our old house. If it had somehow attached itself to her, or to me. I've tried researching what might have caused this. Some people suggest it could have been a poltergeist. Others say it sounds like a demonic entity. I don't know what to believe. All I know is that something unseen physically attacked me that day, and I have the scars to prove it. Whatever it was real. It was in our house. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night and hear an unexplained noise, I wonder if it's still watching me, waiting for the right moment to reach out again. Story 12. I haven't told many people about what happened that night back in 2010. I was 14 at the time, living in southeast Portland with my mom Elaine, her boyfriend Derek, and my little brother Tyler, who was 10. It's been over a decade, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. Sometimes I convince myself it was just my teenage imagination running wild, but deep down, I know what I saw was real. It was summer break, probably mid-July. Mom and Derek both worked early shifts, so they were already asleep by 10 p.m. most nights. That left me and Tyler to our own devices, which usually meant staying up way too late watching whatever we could find on TV. That night, we were downstairs in the finished basement watching South Park reruns. Mom didn't really approve of us watching it, especially Tyler, but what she didn't know wouldn't hurt her, right? Our basement had those half windows near the ceiling that looked out at ground level. There was also a side door that led directly outside through the garage. We always kept it locked, and there was a small window in it too. The setup of our house was kind of weird. You had to go through the garage to get to that basement door, which meant anyone coming to that door would have already made it past our driveway gate and into our garage. It was around 1 a.m., and we were sprawled out on the couch, Tyler half asleep beside me. The episode finished, and I was about to suggest we head upstairs to bed when we heard it. 3 clear knocks on the window. Not the main basement window, but the small one in the garage door. At first I thought maybe a branch had hit it or something, but then it happened again. 3 precise knocks. Knock, knock, knock. "Did you hear that?" I whispered to Tyler. He nodded, suddenly wide awake. "Someone's outside." I remember feeling annoyed at first, thinking it was probably one of the neighbor kids playing a prank. We had these obnoxious teenagers next door who were always causing trouble. I got up and carefully approached the window, pulling back the curtain just enough to peek out. What I saw still haunts me to this day. Standing there, illuminated only by the dim light from our garage, was what looked like a woman. But something was off. She was pale, like ghost white pale, and wearing dark clothes that seemed to blend into the night behind her. Her hair was long and black, hanging limply around her face. But what froze me in place were her eyes. They weren't just dark, they were completely black. No whites, no irises, just glossy black orbs staring right at me. I dropped the curtain and backed away so fast I tripped over the coffee table. "Who is it?" Tyler asked, and I could hear the fear in his voice. "No one," I lied, not wanting to scare him. "Just go upstairs." That's when the knocking started again, but this time on the door itself. Louder, more insistent. Knock, knock, knock. Then came the voice. It sounded female, but flat and emotionless, like someone trying to sound normal, but not quite getting it right. "Hello? I need to use your phone. Can you let me in?" My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it might burst out of my chest. I'd watched enough horror movies to know you never, ever let strangers into your house in the middle of the night, especially ones that gave you the creeps like this. "Sorry, we can't open the door. Our parents are asleep," I called out, trying to make my voice sound deeper, more adult-like. There was a pause, then, "Please, I just need to make a quick call. It's important. Let me in." Something about her voice. It was like it was reaching into my brain, making me actually consider opening the door for a split second. I shook my head to clear it. "No. You need to leave or I'm calling the police," I said, pulling my cell phone out of my pocket to show I meant business, even though she couldn't see me through the door. What happened next is the part that still freaks me out the most. While I was standing there, phone in hand, ready to call 911, I heard movement behind me. I turned to see Tyler walking toward the door, his hand reaching for the deadbolt. "Tyler, what are you doing?" I hissed. He didn't respond. His eyes looked glazed over, like he was sleepwalking, but I knew he wasn't. He'd been wide awake just seconds before. He just kept moving toward the door while the knocking continued. "Just let me in. I won't be long," the voice said, sounding almost hypnotic now. I lunged at Tyler and grabbed him around the waist, pulling him away from the door. He struggled against me, which was surprising because even though he was only 10, he wasn't usually that strong. It was like he was possessed or something. "Let go! We have to let her in! She needs help!" he yelled, still trying to reach the door. I had to practically wrestle him to the ground. "Tyler, snap out of it!" I remember shouting in his face, but his eyes still had that weird, faraway look. The knocking got louder, more aggressive. The door handle started jiggling violently. "Let me in," the voice demanded, no longer trying to sound normal. It had dropped an octave, becoming almost guttural. I managed to drag Tyler across the room and toward the stairs, keeping myself between him and the door the whole time. He was still fighting me, still trying to get to the door. I had to half carry, half drag him up the stairs while he kept repeating, "We have to let her in, Marcus. She needs our help." As we reached the top of the stairs, the pounding on the door suddenly stopped. The silence was almost as terrifying as the knocking had been. I waited, holding my breath, Tyler still struggling weakly in my arms. Then I heard it, footsteps slowly circling the house. I could track the sound as whatever it was moved from the garage, around to the side of the house, toward the front door. I pulled Tyler into my parents' bedroom and shook Mom awake. "Someone's trying to break in," I whispered urgently. Derek sat up immediately, grabbing the baseball bat he kept by the bed. "What? Where?" Mom asked, instantly alert. "Downstairs. There was someone knocking on the basement door, and now they're walking around the house." Derek was already heading for the hallway. "Stay here," he ordered, gripping the bat tightly. Mum turned on the bedside lamp, and that's when I noticed Tyler had stopped struggling. He was just standing there, blinking confusedly. "What's going on?" he asked, looking around like he'd just woken up. "Don't you remember? The person at the door? You were trying to let them in." Tyler shook his head. "What are you talking about? I was asleep on the couch." A chill ran through me. He genuinely had no idea what had just happened. Derek came back about 10 minutes later, looking frustrated. "There's nobody out there. I checked all around the house, the street, the backyard. Nothing." Mom looked at me suspiciously. "Are you sure you saw someone? Maybe you fell asleep watching TV and had a nightmare." I tried to explain what had happened, about the woman with the black eyes, about Tyler trying to open the door, but it all sounded crazy, even to my own ears. Tyler kept insisting he had no memory of any of it. Mom eventually decided we were both overtired and told us to go to bed. Derek double-checked all the locks, and that was that. But I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing those black eyes, hearing that voice asking to be let in. I remember lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, wondering if she was still out there, waiting. Tyler fell asleep instantly in the bunk below mine, which seemed impossible after what had just happened. But then again, he didn't remember any of it. The next morning, I went down to the basement to check the door and windows. There were no signs of anyone having been there, no footprints in the dirt outside, no smudges on the glass. But when I looked more closely at the door handle, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. Tiny scratches around the keyhole, like someone had tried to pick the lock. I didn't mention this to Mom or Derek. They already thought I'd imagined the whole thing. Instead, I went to our ancient desktop computer and started searching for Woman Black Eyes Portland. Most of what came up was just horror stories and urban legends. But then I found an old news forum where people were discussing black-eyed children sightings in Portland back in the 90s. The descriptions matched what I'd seen: pale skin, dark clothes, and those completely black eyes. And the behavior was the same too. They always asked to be let in, always needed to use the phone or wanted help. But the detail that really got to me was that they supposedly had the ability to influence people, especially children, to do things without them remembering afterward. Just like Tyler, I became obsessed with researching these black-eyed children over the next few weeks. Most sources dismissed them as an urban legend, but there were enough similar accounts from all over the country to make me wonder. Some people theorized they were aliens, others said demons or ghosts. Whatever they were The consistent warning was never, ever let them in. I tried talking to Tyler about it again a few days later, asking if he remembered anything at all about that night. He got annoyed and told me to drop it. It was like that part of the night had been completely erased from his memory. For a while afterward, I couldn't stand being in the basement alone. I'd make excuses to stay upstairs, and when Mom forced me to go down and do laundry or something, I'd race through it as fast as possible. I also started checking and double-checking all the locks before bed every night, which drove my mom crazy. "Marcus, there's nobody trying to get in," she'd say, exasperated. "It was just a bad dream." Maybe she was right. Maybe it was just my imagination. But then why did Tyler try to open the door? Why doesn't he remember any of it? And what about those scratches on the lock? A few months after it happened, we moved to a different part of Portland when Mom and Derek broke up. I was secretly relieved to leave that house behind. In the new place, I insisted on a bedroom without any ground-level windows, which everyone thought was weird, but I didn't care. It's been over 10 years now, and I've mostly convinced myself it was just my teenage brain playing tricks on me. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night and hear an unexpected knock at the door, that fear comes rushing back. I've never again seen anyone with completely black eyes, thankfully, but I still think about that night often. The strangest part? Tyler, now in his 20s, still swears he has absolutely no memory of trying to let anyone in. When I bring it up, he gets this blank look on his face, then changes the subject. It's like that small chunk of his memory is just gone. I don't know what was outside our door that night. I don't know why it wanted in so badly, or what would have happened if Tyler had managed to open that door. All I know is that sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I still hear that flat, emotionless voice in my head, "Let me in, I won't be long," and I'm still glad I didn't. Story 13. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened to my family back in 2009. I've never told this story outside of my closest friends, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not crazy. My name's Amanda. Back then, I was living with my mum Vivian in a small house in Oak Ridge. Just your typical suburban neighborhood with too many cul-de-sacs and not enough parking. My brother Jason and sister Melissa lived nearby and would hang out at our place all the time. That spring, Melissa had just had her baby girl, Hayden. She was the cutest little thing, all pudgy cheeks and tiny fingers. She was only about 3 months old when this all started. Melissa was practically living at our house those first few months because she and her boyfriend Daniel were having some issues, and my mum was helping with the baby. One Friday night in May, we were all bored out of our minds. The kind of boredom where you've scrolled through every channel twice and even the internet seems empty. Jason suggested we dig out Mum's old Ouija board from the hall closet. Mum had this vintage Ouija board she'd had since the 70s, all worn wood with letters that were fading at the edges. She'd always kept it wrapped in this purple velvet cloth at the back of the closet. I remember rolling my eyes when Jason pulled it out. I was 19 and thought I was too cool for that kind of stuff. Melissa seemed hesitant at first. She'd always been the superstitious one in the family, but Daniel convinced her it would be fun. My mum was in her bedroom with baby Hayden, who was finally sleeping after being fussy all day. We set up the board on the coffee table in the living room. The lights were dim because one of our lamps had blown earlier that week, and no one had bothered to replace the bulb yet. It was raining outside, not storming, just a steady drizzle that made everything feel more isolated. When we first started, I was totally moving the planchette myself. I'm not proud of it, but I wanted to freak everyone out. I made it spell out random creepy stuff like watching and cold. Jason kept asking if someone was pushing it, but I kept a straight face. Daniel seemed skeptical, but Melissa was getting genuinely freaked out, which was exactly what I wanted. After about 20 minutes, I got bored with the whole thing. My fingers were cramping from trying to subtly control the planchette while making it look like I wasn't. I told them I needed to use the bathroom and got up. Honestly, I figured they'd realize the board wasn't doing anything on its own once I left, and we could move on to watching a movie or something. I was in the bathroom for maybe 5 minutes tops. I remember checking my phone, fixing my hair in the mirror, normal stuff. When I came back to the living room, something felt different. The air seemed heavier somehow. Jason and Melissa were still at the board with Daniel watching over their shoulders, but their faces had changed. They looked tense, focused. "What's going on?" I asked, walking back over. "It's moving on its own," Jason whispered, not taking his eyes off the board. "For real this time." I almost laughed, thinking they were trying to get back at me, but then I saw how white Melissa's knuckles were as she barely touched the planchette. It was gliding across the board smoothly, not the jerky way it had moved when I was pushing it. "What's it saying?" I asked, sitting back down. "Nothing that makes sense," Daniel said. "Just random letters." I put my fingers back on the planchette and immediately felt resistance. It's hard to explain. Like the piece wasn't just sliding on wood anymore, but being pulled through something thicker. "Who are we speaking with?" Jason asked, his voice steady but quiet. The planchette circled the board once before stopping on the letter V, then ICITOR. "Visitor? Visitor from where?" Melissa asked. HERE. "Are you a good spirit?" I asked, trying to keep my voice from shaking. The planchette didn't move for what felt like forever. Then it slowly moved to no. I felt Melissa's hand trembling against mine on the planchette. "What do you want?" she whispered. The planchette moved with purpose now, no hesitation. HAYDEN. The exact moment it spelled the last N, we heard it. A cry from my mum's bedroom. Not just any cry. Hayden was screaming, not the normal baby cry that builds up gradually. This was instant, full-volume screaming like someone had hurt her. We all jumped up. The planchette went flying off the board as Melissa bolted toward my mom's room. I was right behind her, with Jason and Daniel following. The hallway to my mom's room seemed longer than usual, like in a nightmare where you can't reach the end fast enough. My mom met us in the hallway, looking confused and scared. "I don't know what happened," she said. "She was sound asleep and then just started screaming bloody murder." We pushed past her into the bedroom. What I saw next still haunts me. Hayden was sitting straight up in her portable crib. Sitting up. At 3 months old. She shouldn't have been able to do that yet. She could barely hold her head up on her own. The room was dark except for a small nightlight in the corner, but I could see her little silhouette, back rigid, sitting there. Melissa ran to the crib and picked her up. Hayden immediately stopped crying and went limp in her arms, like a normal baby again. "Did you prop her up on something?" Melissa asked my mom, her voice shaking. "Of course not," Mom said. "I put her down on her back like always. I was just in the bathroom for a minute." We all stood there staring at each other. Nobody mentioned what had just happened with the Ouija board. It was like we were all afraid that saying it out loud would make it more real. The rest of that night was tense. We put the Ouija board away, back in its velvet cloth, and stuffed it in the closet. Nobody wanted to touch it. We all stayed up late watching mindless TV, nobody really paying attention. Melissa kept Hayden in her arms the whole time, not putting her down even after she fell back asleep. I convinced myself it was just a weird coincidence. Babies make noise, right? And maybe Hayden was developing faster than normal babies. That's what I told myself as I tried to fall asleep that night. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. Life went on normally for a while after that. Melissa and Daniel patched things up, and they moved into their own place with Hayden. Mum kept the Ouija board, though none of us ever suggested using it again. I would sometimes catch her looking at the closet where it was stored with a strange expression. Fast forward to 2012. We'd all moved to Ridgemont, about 30 miles from Oak Ridge. Mom, Melissa, Daniel, and Hayden, now a toddler, lived in a ground-floor apartment in the same complex where I had my own place upstairs. Jason had moved out of state for college. Mom had brought the Ouija board with her when we moved. I asked her why she didn't just throw it away, and she said something vague about it being disrespectful. She kept it in a box under her bed now, and sometimes I'd notice it was out of the box, sitting on her nightstand. Open, like she'd been using it. One afternoon in August, I was hanging out at their apartment while Melissa and Daniel were at work. Mom was watching Hayden, who was now 3 years old and the chattiest kid you've ever met. She was standing by the window in the living room, looking out at the playground behind the building. The sunlight was hitting her just right, making her look almost angelic with her blonde curls. Mom grabbed her phone to take a picture. "Hayden, sweetie, smile for Grandma," she called. Hayden turned and gave this big, toothy grin. Mom took the picture, then showed it to me. "Isn't she precious?" she asked. I looked at the photo and felt my blood freeze. Behind Hayden, reflected in the window glass, was a figure. It was dark, with what looked like a human shape, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin. And it was standing directly behind her, though there had been nobody there when the photo was taken. Just me and Mom in the kitchen, several feet away. "Mom," I whispered, "what's that behind her?" Mom squinted at the phone, then her face went white. "It's probably just a reflection," she said, but her voice cracked. "A reflection of what?" I demanded. There was nothing in that room that could have made that shape. She deleted the photo immediately. I tried to grab the phone to stop her, but she was too quick. "It's nothing," she insisted, "just a trick of the light." But after that, I started noticing things. Hayden talking to someone who wasn't there. Her toys moving from one room to another when no one had touched them. The TV turning on by itself to static in the middle of the night. And Hayden started having nightmares. Terrible ones where she'd wake up screaming about the shadow person who stood at the foot of her bed. Melissa and Daniel were worried sick, taking her to doctors thinking it might be night terrors. One night, I was babysitting Hayden while everyone else was out. She was playing in her room while I watched TV in the living room. I heard her giggling and talking, which wasn't unusual. She had imaginary friends like most kids her age. But then I heard another voice, faint, like a whisper, but definitely not Hayden's. It was deeper, raspier. I ran to her room and found her sitting on the floor, looking up at the empty corner of the room, mid-conversation. "Who are you talking to, Hayden?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "My friend," she said simply. "He says he's been with me since I was a baby." I felt sick. "What's your friend's name?" She shrugged. "He doesn't have one. He says he's a visitor." Visitor. The same word from the Ouija board years ago. That night after Hayden was asleep, I went into my mum's room and dug out the Ouija board from under her bed. I was shocked to find it wasn't in its box, but sitting out on a shelf in her closet. The board was open and the planchette was sitting on the letter H. I confronted my mum the next day. She broke down crying, admitting she'd been using the board to try to communicate with whatever had attached itself to our family. "It's my fault," she sobbed. "I opened the door for it when I first got the board back in the 70s. I thought I'd closed it, but when you kids used it that night, it found a way back through, and it found Hayden." "What do you mean, found her?" I demanded. "Some spirits are drawn to innocence," she whispered, "to potential, to life force. Hayden was new, pure, a perfect vessel." I was horrified. "We need to get rid of that thing," I said. "Burn it or something." But Mom shook her head frantically. That would make it worse. It would have nowhere to go except into her. I didn't know what to believe, but the fear in my mom's eyes was real. Things escalated over the next few weeks. Objects would fly off shelves when Hayden was nearby. The temperature in her room would drop so low we could see our breath, even though it was summer. And the photos. God, the photos. Every picture we took of Hayden showed that same dark figure, getting closer each time. It all came to a head on Hayden's 4th birthday. We were having a small party at the apartment. Melissa was cutting the cake when every light in the place went out at once. In the darkness, we heard Hayden's voice, but different, deeper, wrong. "He's here," she said. "The visitor wants to stay." When Daniel managed to get the flashlight on his phone working, we found Hayden standing in the middle of the room, eyes open but completely vacant. And behind her, visible for just a split second in the beam of light, was a tall, thin shadow that seemed to bend over her protectively. That night, after everyone had gone home and Hayden was asleep, Melissa called me in tears. She'd found the Ouija board under Hayden's bed, not in its box, not wrapped in the cloth, but open, with the planchette pointing to mine. Mum finally agreed we needed to get rid of the board. The next day, we drove far out of town to an old quarry. Daniel brought lighter fluid. Jason, who'd come back to visit for Hayden's birthday, brought salt, something he'd read about online for cleansing rituals. We burned that thing until there was nothing left but ashes, which we scattered in the quarry and covered with salt. I don't know if it was the right way to do it, but it was all we could think of. The change wasn't immediate, but over the following weeks things slowly returned to normal. Hayden stopped having nightmares. The strange occurrences in the apartment ceased, and most importantly, that figure stopped appearing in photos. It's been years now. Hayden is a normal, happy kid who doesn't remember any of it. Sometimes I wonder if we all just got caught up in mass hysteria or something. But then I'll catch Hayden staring at empty corners sometimes, or whispering to herself when she thinks no one is listening. And I'll remember that night with the Ouija board, when it spelled out her name and she sat up in that crib. I don't know what attached itself to my niece that night. I don't know if burning the board really banished it, or if it's just biding its time. All I know is I will never touch a Ouija board again as long as I live. And if you have one in your house right now, my advice, get rid of it before it finds what it's looking for. Story 14. Growing up in Ravenwood was pretty normal for the most part. We lived in this older 2-story house that my parents, Caroline and Richard, bought when I was around 8. Nothing weird ever happened there, at least not until that night. I shared a room with my younger brother, who was 9 at the time. We had this bunk bed setup where I got the top bunk. Big brother privilege, I guess. The room itself wasn't particularly creepy or anything. Just a normal bedroom with light blue walls, some posters, and a window that faced our backyard. That night started like any other. It was a Friday in October, so I was allowed to stay up a bit later than usual. My brother had fallen asleep on the bottom bunk around 10, and I was just lying there on my phone, scrolling through YouTube videos with my earbuds in. My parents were asleep down the hall. The house was completely quiet except for the occasional creak of the old heating system kicking on. I remember checking the time around 11:30 p.m. and thinking I should probably try to sleep soon. I was lying on my back with my knees bent, phone propped up against my legs, when I noticed something in my peripheral vision. It was just a slight movement near my closet door, which was about 8 feet away from the foot of my bed. At first, I figured it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. You know how sometimes, when you're tired, you think you see things moving out of the corner of your eye? That's what I thought it was, but then I saw it again, and something in my gut twisted. I paused my video and pulled out my earbuds. The room was completely silent. My brother's soft breathing from the bottom bunk was barely audible. I slowly turned my head toward the closet, and that's when I saw it. There was this figure standing there. I still struggle to describe it accurately because it doesn't make logical sense, and I only looked at it directly for maybe a second before I completely freaked out. But that second felt like forever, and what I saw is burned into my memory. It looked feminine, but not in a normal way, more like someone's twisted idea of what a woman should look like. It was tall and thin, too thin, like impossibly thin. Its skin was a dark greyish color that somehow didn't seem solid. I couldn't make out most of its features clearly in the dim light from my phone screen, but I could see its face well enough to know I never wanted to see it again. The face is what still gives me nightmares. Its eyes were just wrong, too big, too dark, and they seemed to be looking both at me and through me at the same time. But the worst part, the absolute worst part, was how it moved its head. It was doing this side-to-side motion that no human neck could possibly do. Like imagine someone rotating their head from shoulder to shoulder, but at an impossible speed, and with this jerky, mechanical quality to it. The movement wasn't smooth at all. It was like those old stop-motion animations where frames are missing, but it was happening right in front of me. The head would be on one side, then suddenly on the other, then back again, over and over, creating this disturbing wave-like pattern. It reminded me of those creepy figurines where the head bounces on a spring, but much, much worse. I swear I'm not making this up or exaggerating. I've never seen anything move like that before or since. It wasn't just scary, it felt fundamentally wrong. Like my brain couldn't process what I was seeing because it violated some basic rule of how things should move in our world. As soon as my brain registered what I was looking at, pure terror took over. I dropped my phone and dove under my pillow, screaming for my parents. I was screaming so loud my throat hurt, but I was terrified to look up again. I kept yelling, "Mom, Dad, there's someone in my room," over and over. I heard my brother wake up below me, confused and scared because of my screaming. He started crying, asking what was wrong, but I couldn't even respond to him. I was frozen, curled into a ball with my pillow over my head, shaking uncontrollably. It felt like an eternity before my parents came running in. My dad flipped on the light and asked what was happening. I was sobbing so hard I could barely speak, but I managed to point toward the closet and stammer that there was someone or something there. My dad immediately checked the closet, then looked around the entire room while my mum tried to calm me down. Of course, they found nothing. Whatever I'd seen was gone. My mom kept asking if I had a nightmare, but I kept insisting I'd been awake the whole time. I described what I'd seen, and my parents exchanged that look that parents give each other when they're worried, but don't want their kids to know. My dad checked all the doors and windows in the house to make sure they were locked. They were. No signs of any break-in or anything unusual at all. My brother was still crying, more from confusion and being startled awake than anything else. He hadn't seen what I saw. My mom sat with me for a while, stroking my hair and telling me it was just my imagination, that sometimes when we're tired our minds can play tricks on us. I wanted so badly to believe her, but I knew what I'd seen. That head movement, it wasn't something my mind could have invented. It was too specific, too unnatural. I refused to sleep in my room that night. I ended up on the couch with all the lights on in the living room, and even then I kept jerking awake at every little sound, convinced that thing was somewhere in the house waiting. My mom stayed with me until I finally fell asleep around 4 a.m. from pure exhaustion. The next morning, my parents tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe I'd been half asleep and had a waking nightmare. Maybe it was just shadows from outside playing tricks on my eyes. Maybe I'd watched something scary that had affected me more than I realized. I went along with their explanations because I wanted them to be true. I wanted there to be a logical reason for what I'd seen. But deep down, I knew better. I knew I'd been fully awake. I knew what I saw was real, even if it didn't make sense. For weeks afterward, I couldn't sleep properly. I made my brother switch bunks with me because I was too scared to be on the top, where I couldn't quickly get out if I needed to. I kept my flashlight beside me every night. I developed this ritual of checking every corner of the room, looking under the bed and making sure the closet door was completely closed before I could even try to sleep. And even then, I'd lie awake for hours, my heart pounding at every creak and shift in the house. The worst part was that strange, mechanical, wave-like head movement. I couldn't stop seeing it when I closed my eyes. I still can't adequately describe how wrong it looked. It was like watching something that was trying to mimic human movement, but didn't quite understand how joints and muscles work. The closest comparison I can make is if you've ever seen those videos where someone takes a doll and digitally animates it moving in an unnatural way, except this was happening in real life, in my bedroom. My parents took me to see a therapist a few weeks later when they realized I wasn't getting over it. The therapist suggested I might have experienced sleep paralysis, which can cause hallucinations that feel incredibly real. I nodded and pretended that explanation made sense, but it didn't match what happened. I wasn't paralyzed. I was able to move and scream immediately. I wasn't waking up. I'd been awake the whole time. Slowly, life went back to normal. I eventually moved back to the top bunk. I stopped checking under the bed every night. The memory faded a bit, becoming less vivid, less immediate, but it never went away completely. I convinced myself that maybe the therapist was right, that maybe I had experienced some weird brain glitch that made me see something that wasn't there. I almost managed to believe it, until it happened again. Last year, when I was 22, I moved back to Ravenwood after college and got a job at a local tech company. I rented a small house about 10 minutes from my parents' place. It was nothing special, just a small one-bedroom with an extra little room I used as a home office. I liked it because it was affordable and convenient. One night I was working late in my office, finishing up a project that was due the next day. It was around 1 a.m., and I was the only one awake in the whole house. I was tired but focused, typing away at my computer with just my desk lamp on, casting the rest of the room in shadows. I felt something watching me. It's hard to explain, but you know that feeling when you suddenly realize you're not alone. That prickling sensation on the back of your neck. That's what I felt. I turned around slowly, half expecting to see that same figure from my childhood. Instead, what I saw was almost more confusing. There was this small creature on the floor near my bookshelf. It looked kind of like a rodent, but not any kind I'd ever seen before. It was maybe the size of a large mouse, but shaped wrong. Its proportions were off somehow. Its limbs seemed too long and jointed in places they shouldn't be. Its fur was a dark color that seemed to absorb the light around it. What really got me, though, was how it moved. It was incredibly fast, darting a few inches in one direction, then stopping completely still for a second, then darting again. It wasn't the smooth, scurrying movement of a normal mouse or rat. It was jerky and unpredictable, almost like it was teleporting those short distances instead of moving normally. I sat there frozen, watching this thing as it darted around my office floor. I wasn't as terrified as I had been as a kid, more bewildered and uneasy. Then it did something that made my blood run cold. It jumped. Not a normal jump. This thing launched itself vertically about 4 feet into the air, which would be physically impossible for a creature of that size. It defied gravity, hanging in the air for what seemed like too long, before dropping back down. And then, while I was still trying to process what I'd seen, it ran straight at the wall and vanished through it, not into a hole or crack, through the solid wall. I sat there for several minutes, unable to move. The memory of that thing from when I was 14 came flooding back, and suddenly both experiences felt connected. They had that same quality of wrongness, of movements that shouldn't be possible, of things that shouldn't exist in our world. I searched my entire house that night, looking for any sign of that creature, any hole it could have disappeared into, any explanation for what I'd seen. I found nothing. The walls were solid. There were no unusual openings anywhere. I still live in that house. I still work in that office. But now I know there are things in this world that don't follow our rules. things that move in ways they shouldn't be able to move, things that appear and disappear without explanation. I don't know what that female figure in my childhood bedroom was, or what that strange, rodent-like creature in my office was. I don't know if they were the same type of entity or connected in some way. I don't know why I've seen them or if I'll see more. All I know is that they were real, and sometimes late at night when I'm alone, I feel that prickling sensation on the back of my neck again, and I'm afraid to turn around, because I don't know what I might see moving in that unnatural, impossible way, and I don't know what it wants from me. Story 15. I've never really told anyone about this except my brother Noah. We don't even talk about it with our parents anymore. I'm not sure if writing it out will help, but I need to get this off my chest because it still messes with me, especially at night when I'm trying to sleep. This happened when I was 10 years old, living in Riverside in this old falling-apart house that should have been condemned years before we moved in. My parents weren't exactly winning any awards. They were both pretty deep into their addictions back then. Mom was usually on something, and Dad would disappear for days sometimes. Noah was 9, just a year younger than me, and we basically took care of ourselves most of the time. The house itself was a nightmare. The walls had these weird stains that would sometimes seem to grow overnight. The floors creaked so loudly you couldn't sneak to the kitchen for a midnight snack without waking everyone up. And there was this smell. Not like regular old house smell, but something else. Something that made the hair on my arms stand up whenever I noticed it. I remember that day so clearly. It was late afternoon, almost evening, and the house had that weird orange glow it would get when the sun was setting. Dad had been gone since the morning, probably at his friend Mike's place, where they'd get high and talk about conspiracy theories for hours. Mom was home, but she'd been in and out of sleep all day on her bed. Noah and I had been making ourselves peanut butter sandwiches and watching cartoons on our ancient TV that only got like 3 channels. I was sitting on Mum's bed, trying to get her to eat something, when her old flip phone started ringing. It was on the bathroom counter, this tiny bathroom connected directly to her bedroom. The door was open, and I could see the phone lit up, vibrating against the fake marble countertop. "Mom, your phone's ringing," I said, but she just mumbled something and rolled over. I got up to grab it, figuring it might be Dad saying when he'd be home. I remember seeing Dad's name flashing on the tiny screen as I approached. I was maybe 2 feet away when the weirdest thing happened. The phone just lifted. Not like someone flicked it or it vibrated too hard. It straight up floated about 6 inches off the counter. I froze. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. The phone was just hovering there, the ringtone still playing that annoying default Nokia tune. Then it started moving, drifting slowly across the counter like it was being pulled by an invisible string. "Mom!" I yelled, not taking my eyes off the phone. "Mom, look!" I guess something in my voice woke her up properly, because she appeared beside me almost instantly, grabbing my shoulder. "What the hell?" she whispered. We both watched as the phone glided to the edge of the counter, and then, plop, dropped straight into the toilet. The ringing stopped immediately. The silence that followed was worse than any noise. Did you see that?" I asked Mom, my voice shaking. Her fingers were digging into my shoulder. "Yeah," she said. Her pupils were huge, partly from whatever she was on, partly from fear. "Yeah, I saw it." Noah must have heard us because he came running in. "What happened?" he asked, looking between us and the toilet. Mom just pointed at the toilet. "Phone," was all she managed to say. Noah, being Noah, just shrugged and walked over to the toilet. "I'll get it," he said, like phones floated into toilets every day. He rolled up his sleeve and reached into the water, fishing out the now-dead phone. That's when the closet door started pounding. It wasn't a gentle knock or the kind of rattling old houses make when the wind blows. This was like something, was inside the closet, beating both fists against the door from the inside. Boom, boom, boom! The whole door shook on its hinges. Noah dropped the phone and jumped back so fast he slipped on the tile and fell on his butt. I couldn't move. Mom, though. Mom got this look on her face I'd never seen before. She reached into her pocket and pulled out this little knife she always carried. She flicked it open with her thumb. "Stay behind me," she said, and her voice was clearer than it had been in months. The pounding got louder, more frantic. Boom, 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 boom! Like whatever was in there knew we were about to open the door, and it was desperate to get out or keep us from coming in. Mom took 2 steps forward, grabbed the doorknob with her free hand, and yanked the door open in one quick motion, the knife held out in front of her. There was nobody there, just Mom's clothes hanging on the rack, but they were swinging, all of them, every single hanger, swinging in perfect unison like someone had just pushed them all at once. Back and forth, back and forth. We stood there, the 3 of us, watching these clothes swinging for what felt like forever, but was probably only about 5 seconds. Then, all at once, they stopped. Not gradually slowing down like physics would dictate, but an immediate, complete stop, like someone had pressed pause. The silence after that was the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced. My ears were ringing with it. I could hear my own heartbeat, Noah's ragged breathing, the drip of water from the still wet phone on the floor. "We should leave," I whispered. Mom slowly closed the closet door. "And go where?" she asked. She wasn't wrong. We had nowhere else. We ended up huddled together on the living room couch, all the lights on, waiting for Dad to come home. None of us wanted to go back into that bathroom. I remember Noah kept asking questions. What was it? A ghost? Why did it want the phone? Is it still in there? But Mom and I had no answers. Dad finally came home around 10 p.m. He was buzzed, but not completely wasted. Mom tried to explain what happened, but with every word, I could see Dad's expression changing from confusion to amusement. "So the phone just floated, huh?" he said, grinning. "And then the closet tried to eat you?" "It's not funny, Ryan," Mom snapped. "The kids are scared." Dad looked at us, still smirking. "You 2 believe this ghost story crap?" I nodded. So did Noah. Dad sighed dramatically and marched toward the bathroom. We followed hesitantly, staying in the doorway while he went inside. "All right, listen up," he yelled at the empty room, his arms spread wide. "Demon begone, or I will throw holy water on you." He made this ridiculous cross gesture with his fingers and spun around like he was performing an exorcism. Mom was furious. "Ryan, stop it. This isn't a joke." But he just laughed and flushed the toilet for no reason. "There, I flushed the evil spirit down to hell. You're all safe now, thanks to Father Ryan's amazing ghost-busting skills." I remember feeling this mix of anger and disappointment that I couldn't even put into words. Dad always did this, made fun of anything that mattered to us. But the weird thing is, after his stupid exorcism, nothing else happened. Not that night, not the next day, not during the 6 more years we lived in that house before it was finally torn down. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if we'd opened that closet door sooner, or if Noah hadn't fished the phone out of the toilet. Would whatever it was have stayed dormant? Was it trying to show us something or warn us about something? I've researched paranormal stuff since then, trying to make sense of what happened. Some theories say houses can absorb the emotional energy of the people living in them, and God knows, our house had seen plenty of dark emotions. Other theories talk about dimensional thinning, portals, entities that feed on fear or addiction. But none of that explains why it happened just that once. None of it explains why my dad's mockery seemed to shut it down completely. I've wondered if maybe it wasn't a ghost or demon at all, but something else, something that exists in the cracks between what we can explain and what we can't. We never talked about it as a family after that. My parents split up when I was 16, and the house was demolished a few months later to make way for some new development. Sometimes I drive by where it used to stand and feel a chill, even on the hottest days. Noah and I have a pact. If either of us ever experiences anything like that again, we call the other immediately. So far, those calls haven't come, but I still keep my phone charged just in case. And I never, ever leave my phone on bathroom counters. I still can't explain what happened that day. Logic tells me there must be some rational explanation. Maybe some weird electromagnetic phenomenon, maybe a small earthquake that only affected that part of the house. Maybe the combination of an old house settling and two kids with overactive imaginations. But logic doesn't explain the feeling I had, the absolute certainty that something was there with us, something that normally stayed hidden, but decided, just for those few minutes, to let itself be known. The older I get, the more I wonder if it wasn't just showing itself to us, but protecting us in some strange way. Our parents were deep in their addiction at that time. Things at home were at their worst. Maybe whatever was in that house was trying to wake my mum up, trying to get her to see what was happening to her family. It's probably weird to think of a terrifying presence as some kind of guardian angel, but kids make sense of things however they can, and thinking of it that way makes it easier for me to fall asleep at night, even though I still sometimes wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I can hear something pounding on a door that isn't there. Story 16. I've never really shared this with anyone outside my immediate family and Thomas. It's been over 15 years and I still get chills thinking about it. I don't expect people to believe me, but I swear every word of this is true. Growing up in northern France, my childhood was pretty normal. We lived in this small village surrounded by farmland and forests. My mom, Isabel, was one of only 3 teachers at our local school. This old stone building from the early 1900s with creaky floors and those huge windows that make weird noises when the wind blows. During summer breaks, most kids got to stay home or go to their grandparents, but not me. My dad worked long hours at a factory about an hour away, so I had to go with my mom to school while she worked on lesson plans and organized classroom materials for the upcoming year. It wasn't as bad as it sounds. There were usually about 6 to 8 other kids whose parents were in similar situations, so we had our own little summer group. The school had this separate building connected by a short covered walkway. It used to be the living quarters for the school director back in the day, but by the time I was growing up, it was mainly used for storage and occasionally as an indoor play area during bad weather. It was normally locked during the school year, but in summer they'd open it up because the thick stone walls kept it cool when temperatures outside got unbearable. This particular day, I think I was around 10, was scorching hot even for July. The thermometer outside the school entrance read 37 degrees Celsius. That's about 98 degrees Celsius. And there wasn't even a hint of a breeze. My mum had brought me and told me to play with the other kids in the old director's quarters where it was cooler. There were 4 of us that day. Me, Lucas, Thomas, Emma, and Louis. Thomas was my best friend back then. He'd been adopted after his parents died in a car accident when he was really little. He didn't remember them at all, but sometimes he'd get this faraway look that made him seem older than the rest of us. Emma was this really smart girl who always had her nose in a book, and Louis was the joker of our group, always pulling pranks and making everyone laugh. We'd been playing board games in this room on the ground floor most of the morning. It had these old wooden tables pushed together in the center, a couple of bookshelves filled with dusty old readers, and windows that were so dirty they filtered the sunlight into this weird yellowish glow. The floorboards would creak with every step, and the whole place had this smell, like old paper and wood polish and something else I could never quite identify. Around lunchtime, Madame Fournier, the oldest of the 3 teachers, came in to check on us. She was this tiny lady, with grey hair always pulled back in a tight bun and glasses that made her eyes look huge. She told us it was time to clean up, because we needed to eat lunch soon. "When you finish putting everything away, please take the games back to the storage room upstairs," she said, pointing to the wooden staircase in the corner. "Be careful on those stairs, they're old." We nodded and started packing up our game of Monopoly. Thomas and I gathered the pieces, while Emma folded the board and Louis collected all the fake money. We worked silently, sweating despite the cooler temperature inside. Even though the building was cooler than outside, it was still warm enough that our t-shirts stuck to our backs. When everything was back in the box, Thomas picked it up, and we headed toward the staircase. It was this narrow wooden thing that twisted up to the first floor. The wood was dark with age, and each step complained loudly when you put weight on it. There was no handrail, just the wall on one side and open space on the other. I went first, then Thomas with the game box, followed by Emma and Louis. The staircase was only wide enough for one person at a time, so we climbed in single file, carefully testing each step before putting our full weight on it. About halfway up, the temperature noticeably dropped. It was at least a few degrees cooler on the stairs than it had been downstairs, which was a relief given how hot it was. When we reached the top, we found ourselves in a narrow hallway. The floor was covered in this ancient linoleum that curled up at the edges, and the walls were painted a faded yellow that had probably once been bright, but now looked sickly in the dim light. There were 3 doors, one straight ahead at the end of the hall, and one on either side. "Which one's the storage room?" Emma whispered. I'm not sure why she was whispering, but it seemed appropriate somehow. None of us wanted to speak at normal volume. "That one," I pointed to the door on the right. I'd been up here a few times before with my mom when she needed to get supplies. The door handle was brass and tarnished, cold to the touch despite the summer heat. It turned with a grating sound, and the door swung inward with a long, drawn-out creak that made the hair on my arms stand up. We all hesitated in the doorway. The storage room was large, taking up most of the first floor. The ceiling sloped with the roofline, making the far side of the room much lower. Dust particles danced in the shafts of sunlight that managed to penetrate the dirty windows. Shelves lined every wall, packed with boxes, old textbooks, art supplies, and board games. The air was stale and thick with dust. "Let's just put this away and go back downstairs," Thomas said, his voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet room. We stepped inside, our footsteps muffled by a thin layer of dust on the wooden floor. I led the way toward the back of the room where the games were kept. The floorboards creaked beneath us as we navigated around stacks of old desks and chairs. "Where should we put it?" Thomas asked, holding up the Monopoly box. "Over there." I pointed to a shelf that held other board games, next to the Scrabble. Thomas moved toward the shelf, while Emma and Louis hung back near the door. I followed Thomas, glancing around at the crowded shelves. That's when I noticed it. On the top shelf, at the very back of the room, partially hidden behind a stack of construction paper, was a mask. It was bright green with exaggerated features, bulging yellow eyes, a long pointed nose, and a wide grinning mouth filled with jagged teeth. It looked exactly like the one from that Goosebumps TV show, the haunted mask episode that had given me nightmares for weeks after watching it. I stopped in my tracks, staring up at it. Something about it felt wrong. It seemed out of place among the educational materials and games, and I could have sworn, even though I know how crazy this sounds, that the yellow eyes shifted slightly to look at me. "Thomas," I said, my voice barely audible. "Look up there." He turned, following my gaze to the top shelf. His eyes widened. "What is that doing here?" he whispered. "What are you guys looking at?" Emma called from near the door. "There's a Halloween mask up there," I replied, not taking my eyes off it. "It's really creepy." Emma and Louis cautiously moved closer, curious despite their obvious discomfort. I don't see anything, Louis said, squinting up at the shelf. It's right there, I pointed. The green one with the yellow eyes. All four of us stood in a tight cluster, staring up at the mask. The silence in the room seemed to deepen, pressing against my eardrums. The temperature felt like it had dropped another few degrees. The eyes, Thomas whispered. Are they moving? I'd been thinking the same thing, but had been too scared to say it out loud. The yellow eyes seemed to be tracking our movements, shifting slightly as we moved. Not in a dramatic way, just subtle adjustments that might have been tricks of the light. Except they weren't. It's just a mask, Emma said, but her voice wavered. Someone probably left it up there after Halloween last year. But we don't celebrate Halloween at school, I reminded her. Our school had a strict policy against Halloween decorations or activities, considering them too American and not part of our French traditions. As we stood there debating, something happened that I still can't explain. The mask, and I swear on everything I hold dear that this is true, rotated on its own, not falling or shifting because of gravity or a draft. It turned very deliberately until it was facing directly at us. Then it moved. It slid sideways along the shelf, disappearing behind a stack of boxes, only to reappear seconds later on a different shelf to the right. There was no one up there, no strings, no logical explanation for how it could have moved. For a second, we were all frozen in shock. Then Emma screamed. It was like a signal that broke our paralysis, and suddenly we were all screaming and running for the door. Thomas dropped the Monopoly box, game pieces scattering across the dusty floor. We didn't stop to pick them up. We tumbled down the stairs, nearly falling in our haste to get away. I remember Louis actually did trip near the bottom and slid down the last few steps on his backside, but he was up again in an instant, still running. We burst into the ground floor room where Madame Fournier was setting up for lunch. She looked up, startled by our noisy entrance and panicked expressions. "What on earth is the matter with you children?" she demanded, frowning at us over her glasses. We all started talking at once, our words tumbling over each other in a frantic jumble. "One at a time," she said sharply, raising her hand for silence. "Lucas, what happened?" I was breathing hard, my heart pounding in my chest. "There's something upstairs," I managed to say. "A mask. It moved by itself." Madame Fournier's expression shifted from concern to skepticism. "A mask moved by itself," she repeated, her tone making it clear what she thought of the story. "It's true," Thomas insisted. "We all saw it. It had yellow eyes and it was looking at us." "And then it slid across the shelf," Emma added, her face pale. "All by itself." Madame Fournier sighed the way adults do when they think children are being ridiculous. "I'm sure there's a perfectly logical explanation," she said. She put down the plates she'd been holding and moved toward the staircase. "I'll go have a look." "No!" Louis grabbed her arm. "Don't go up there." She gently but firmly removed his hand. "Don't be silly. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'll be right back." We watched in terrified silence as she climbed the stairs, her sensible shoes making the wood creak just as ours had. None of us spoke while she was gone. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears and the shallow, rapid breathing of my friends around me. After what seemed like forever, but was probably only a few minutes, Madame Fournier returned. She looked completely calm and slightly annoyed. "There's nothing up there except a mess," she said, fixing us with a stern look. "You've scattered game pieces all over the floor, which you will clean up after lunch, and there is no mask." "But we saw it," I protested. "It was right there on the top shelf," Thomas added. Madame Fournier shook her head. "I checked every shelf thoroughly. There is no mask in that room. Now, no more of this nonsense. Wash your hands for lunch." We reluctantly did as we were told, but none of us wanted to go back upstairs to clean up the game. In the end, my mother went up with us, after Madame Fournier told her about our wild imaginations. Even with my mother there, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us from the shadows between the shelves. We gathered the scattered Monopoly pieces as quickly as possible and hurried back downstairs. The strange thing is, a few months later, when school had started again, I mentioned the incident to Emma and Louis during recess. They looked at me blankly, saying they had no memory of any mask or even of being in the old director's quarters that summer. Thomas was the only one who remembered. He got that serious, far-away look in his eyes and said, "We should never talk about that day again. Some things are better left alone." To this day, I've never gone back into that storage room. My mother still teaches at that school, though they've renovated the old director's quarters into proper classrooms now. Sometimes when I visit her, I find myself staring up at the windows of what used to be the storage room, half expecting to see a pair of yellow eyes staring back at me. I don't know what we saw that day. Maybe it was our imaginations running wild in a creepy old building during a hot summer day. Maybe it was something more. But I know what I saw, and I know Thomas saw it too. And sometimes I still have nightmares about those yellow eyes following me in the dark. The sacred... Story 17. Ishai, I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I'm pretty practical, the kind of person who looks for logical explanations when weird things happen. But after what I experienced during my daughter Lily's hospital stay at Westbrook, I honestly don't know what to believe anymore. This all happened back in January. My 8-year-old daughter Lily was diagnosed with leukemia last year, and we were at Westbrook Hospital for what was supposed to be a month-long treatment. Anyone who's spent extended time in a hospital knows how it messes with your head. The constant beeping of machines, the fluorescent lighting, never getting proper sleep. So at first, I dismissed the strange occurrences as just exhaustion playing tricks on me. It started small. Lily and I were sharing the hospital room, with me sleeping on that uncomfortable fold-out chair that hospitals call a parent bed. We brought some things from home to make the room less clinical. Lily's favorite blanket, a few stuffed animals, and this little sound machine she can't sleep without. It plays white noise that helps drown out the constant hospital sounds. One afternoon, Lily was napping after a particularly rough morning of treatments. I was sitting in the chair next to her bed, half dozing myself while scrolling through my phone. The sound machine was on the side table between us. I remember this clearly because I had just checked to make sure it was playing her favorite rainfall sound. I had my eyes closed for maybe 2 minutes when I heard a loud clatter that made me jump. The sound machine was on the floor, a good 3 feet away from the table. I figured maybe I had bumped the table without realizing, though it seemed odd since I wasn't even close to it. I picked it up, checked that it wasn't broken, and put it back. Didn't think much of it at the time. Later that same night, around 2 a.m., I was awakened by the lights in our room flickering rapidly. They weren't just dimming, they were pulsing on and off like a strobe light. I immediately worried about Lily waking up, but she was still asleep. I pressed the call button, and when the night nurse came in, the lights had stopped. She said sometimes the hospital's old electrical system acted up, especially during winter. Made sense, so I let it go. But what happened the next day is something I still can't rationalize away. Lily's oncologist, Dr. Winters, had come in with 2 nurses for a consultation about adjusting her treatment plan. The hospital room walls had these magnetic boards where the staff would write notes or reminders. Dr. Winters was pointing at some lab results when it happened. All the magnets, about 6 or 7 of them, suddenly flew off the board. Not fell, flew. Like someone had swiped them off with force. They scattered across the floor, one landing all the way by the bathroom door, a good 10 feet away. We all froze. Dr. Winters stopped mid-sentence. One of the nurses audibly gasped. "What the hell was that?" I said, looking at their faces for validation that I wasn't crazy. Dr. Winters looked genuinely puzzled, but quickly composed himself. "Must be the ventilation system creating some kind of suction," he said, though he didn't sound convinced. The nurse, who had gasped, was visibly pale. but no one acknowledged how bizarre it actually was. They just continued the conversation as if magnets randomly flying across rooms was completely normal. I kept trying to tell myself there was a logical explanation. Maybe the HVAC system had kicked on strongly at that exact moment. But even as I thought it, I knew it made no sense. The air vents weren't even near the magnetic board. And magnets don't just fly off boards because of a little air current. After that incident, I started noticing more things. The television would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. Items I was certain I'd placed in one spot would be in completely different locations when I returned from the cafeteria. Once, I came back from getting coffee to find all of Lily's stuffed animals arranged in a perfect circle on her bed while she was getting an MRI. The staff seemed used to these occurrences. When I mentioned the TV turning on, the daytime nurse just shrugged and said, "Yeah, that happens on this floor sometimes. You get used to it." What really freaked me out was when these, whatever they were, followed me home. Lily had a brief 2-day break from treatments, so we went home to sleep in our own beds. The first night back, I was dead tired and fell asleep instantly. Sometime in the middle of the night, I felt something poke my arm, hard enough to wake me up. It was like someone had jabbed me with their finger trying to get my attention. I sat up, disoriented, heart racing. My bedroom was empty. I checked on Lily across the hall. Sound asleep. I figured I must have slept on my arm wrong and caused some weird nerve sensation. I went back to bed, dismissing it as nothing. But just as I was drifting off again, I heard a laugh. Not a loud belly laugh, but a soft giggle, like a child trying to stifle their laughter. It was so clear and distinct that I shot up in bed again, absolutely positive someone was in my room. I turned on every light in the house and checked every closet, under every bed. Nothing. No one. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. When we returned to the hospital the next day, I was a nervous wreck. I didn't tell Lily about any of this. She had enough to worry about, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was attaching itself to us, following us. The most convincing incident happened just 3 days ago. Lily was having her regular chemo infusion. These sessions take hours, so she was asleep in her hospital bed. I was sitting in my usual chair, wearing my comfy oversized sweater, the one I practically live in during hospital stays. Nurse Sarah, who's been with us since the beginning of Lily's treatment, was checking the IV when I felt it. A distinct tug on the back of my sweater. Not like it was caught on something, like someone had grabbed it and pulled. I turned around, but there was nothing there except the wall. A minute later, another tug, stronger this time, on my right sleeve. I looked at my arm, expecting to see the fabric caught on the chair somehow, but it wasn't. I shifted uncomfortably, but didn't say anything. Then came the third tug, so forceful that it actually pulled my sweater off my shoulder. This time I couldn't hide my reaction. "Jesus!" I exclaimed, jumping up from my chair. "Something just pulled my sweater!" Instead of looking at me like I was crazy, Sarah's expression softened with understanding. She glanced around the room cautiously before sitting down in the chair next to me. "You're not the first person to experience something like that here," she said quietly, "especially on this floor." She went on to tell me about what the staff call the playful one, apparently a regular presence in the pediatric oncology ward. According to Sarah, this entity never does anything harmful, just mischievous things like hiding objects, making noises, or playing with electronics. Several staff members reported doors that wouldn't open despite being unlocked, only to suddenly swing open after saying something like, "Very funny, now let me in." We've had parents report tugging on their clothes, light touches on their shoulders, things moving on their own, Sarah continued. It happens so often that most of the long-term staff just accept it as part of working here. When I asked if they knew who or what it was, Sarah shook her head. There are theories. Some think it's a former patient who passed away here but stuck around. Others think it's some kind of, I don't know, protective presence. It seems to attach itself to families with really sick kids, almost like it's trying to distract the parents or something. I felt a chill run through me. So you're telling me there's a ghost following my family around? Sarah shrugged. I'm just telling you what people have experienced. Make of it what you will. But for what it's worth, no one's ever reported feeling threatened. If anything, some parents find it comforting, like someone else is watching over their child with them. I didn't find it comforting at all. I was freaked out, but I also couldn't deny what I'd experienced, what I'd seen with my own eyes, the magnets flying, the tugging on my sweater when no one was there. Later that same day, while Lily was getting another scan, I was alone in her room trying to nap. Right as I was falling asleep, I heard a child's voice whisper something unintelligible right next to my ear. I jumped up, heart pounding, but of course the room was empty. I decided to do some research. I asked one of the hospital volunteers who'd been there for decades if she'd heard any stories about the hospital being haunted. The elderly woman looked around nervously before telling me that the pediatric oncology floor was built where the original children's ward had been back in the 1940s. There was a terrible accident, she whispered, a fire in that wing. Several children didn't make it out. The hospital rebuilt, of course, but some say those children never left. I'm not sure if that's true or just hospital folklore, but it made me wonder, what if some presence really was trying to communicate? What if it was somehow connected to Lily's illness? Was it trying to tell me something about her treatment? Was it a warning? Or was it, as Sarah suggested, just trying to provide some strange form of comfort or distraction during the worst period of our lives? The thing is, Lily started responding better to her treatments right around the time these incidents began. Her latest lab results showed significant improvement that even Dr. Winters seemed surprised by. Is that just coincidence? I've started talking out loud when I'm alone in the room now. Just simple things like, if you're here to help Lily, thank you. I feel ridiculous doing it, but what if there really is something there, something trying to help in its own way? Yesterday I brought a small toy, just a little rubber ball, and placed it on the windowsill before going to get coffee. When I came back, it was on Lily's pillow next to her head. She was still asleep and couldn't have moved it. When she woke up, she smiled and said, "Mum, did you give me this ball? I had a dream someone was playing catch with me." I still don't know what to make of all this. I don't know if I'm losing my mind from stress and sleep deprivation, or if there really is something supernatural happening at Westbrook Hospital. All I know is that I can't explain the things I've seen and felt, and neither can the medical professionals who witnessed some of it. Lily has 2 more weeks of treatments before we can go home. Part of me is terrified that whatever this is will follow us again, but another part of me wonders if it's somehow been helping all along. I guess I'll find out soon enough. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? I need to know I'm not crazy. Story 18. I never believed in ghosts. Still don't really, but something happened to me back in 2003 that I can't explain. And it's been nearly 20 years, and I still think about it sometimes when I'm alone at night. I was working as an architectural designer at this firm in downtown Vista. It was a decent job, good people, interesting projects. We had this big open office space, what they call a bullpen, with cubicles arranged around the outer walls. My cubicle faced the south wall, which meant my back was always to the main office space. Not ideal, but I got used to it. Our office had this weird flooring. All the cubicle areas had these plexiglass floor panels. I think it was some architect's bright idea for creating a modern workspace, but mainly it just meant you could hear everyone's footsteps super clearly. You could feel the vibrations too when someone walked by. After a while, you could almost tell who was coming by the sound and rhythm of their steps. Anyway, our office culture was pretty intense. Deadlines were always looming, and it wasn't unusual for people to come in on weekends or stay late. I was working on this big municipal building project that was due for client review on Monday, so I decided to go in Saturday night to finalize some renderings without distractions. I got to the office around 7 p.m. It was already dark outside. February in Vista gets dark early. The building was one of those modern glass and steel structures, 12 floors. Our firm was on the 5th floor. The parking garage was mostly empty except for a few cars, probably the cleaning staff, or maybe other weekend warriors like me. When I entered the building, I had to use my keycard to get in and disarm the security system. The lobby was empty and dim, just the security lights on. That elevator ride up felt longer than usual, with nobody else there. Just the hum of the elevator and my own thoughts. The office was completely dark when I arrived. I used my keycard again to get in and turned on just the lights in my section. I liked working with minimal lighting, just enough to see what I was doing, but not so bright that it ruined the ambience. Plus, I was trying to see how these renderings would look in different lighting conditions. I settled into my cubicle, fired up my computer, and got to work. For about 2 hours, everything was completely normal. Just me, my design software, and the occasional sound of the building's HVAC system kicking on and off. I had music playing through my headphones, some ambient electronic stuff that helped me focus. Around 9:30 p.m., I took a break, went to the kitchen, made a cup of coffee, and grabbed a granola bar from my desk drawer. Back to work. The renderings were coming along nicely, and I was in that zone where time just disappears. You know what I mean? When you're so focused that hours feel like minutes. It must have been around 11 p.m. when it happened. I was staring at my monitor, tweaking some lighting effects in the rendering, when I noticed something in the reflection on my screen. If you've ever worked on a computer at night, you know how the dark screen can act like a mirror. I could see myself faintly, but I also caught a glimpse of something, or someone, moving behind me in the bullpen area. My first thought was completely rational. Another employee must have come in to work late too. It wasn't uncommon. People occasionally came in without announcing themselves, especially if they thought the office was empty and didn't want to startle anyone. Maybe they hadn't seen my car in the garage, or noticed the section lights I had on. I kept working, figuring whoever it was would eventually come over and say hi, or just go to their own desk and do their thing. But after a few minutes, nobody had approached or said anything. I saw it again, the reflection of what looked like a person walking slowly through the bullpen area behind me. It was just a blurry shape in my monitor's reflection, but definitely human-sized and moving with purpose. And this time, I felt it too. That distinctive vibration through the plexiglass floor panels that always happened when someone walked nearby. The subtle flexing and slight creak that was so familiar after working there for years. Thinking it was one of my co-workers trying to be funny by sneaking up on me, I spun around in my chair and said, "Hey," with a grin on my face. There was nobody there. The office was completely empty. Just the dim glow from my section lights illuminating rows of empty cubicles. I sat there frozen for a second, my grin fading as goosebumps rose on my arms. I stared hard into the dark parts of the office, thinking maybe someone had ducked behind a partition or something. "Hello?" I called out. "Anyone here?" Nothing. Just the soft hum of my computer and the faint rumble of the building systems. I stood up, my heart starting to race a little. I walked out into the bullpen area and glanced around. All the cubicles were empty. I checked the kitchen, the conference rooms, even the bathrooms. Nobody. As I walked back to my desk, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The security panel by the entrance door was still armed. The little red light was on, indicating the system was active. If anyone had come in after me, they would have had to disarm it with their keycard and then rearm it, and I definitely would have heard the beeping and the door opening. I stood there for a moment, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. Maybe the reflection was from something else, a shadow from outside, or just my tired brain misinterpreting something innocent. But that didn't explain the vibration I felt through the floor. That distinct feeling of footsteps approaching my cubicle, that wasn't something you could imagine. I went back to my desk, feeling uneasy, but telling myself I was being ridiculous. I sat down and tried to focus on my work again, but I couldn't stop glancing at the reflection in my monitor, half expecting to see that shape again. For about 5 minutes, everything was normal, and I started to relax a little. Maybe I had imagined it, maybe it was just... There it was again. Not in the reflection this time, but the unmistakable sensation of footsteps on the plexiglass floor. The slight vibration and subtle creak that I'd felt 1,000 times before when colleagues walked by my cubicle. But stronger this time, like someone was walking directly toward me, deliberately. My blood went cold. I could feel the footsteps getting closer, right behind my chair now. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I could almost feel someone's presence right behind me, looking over my shoulder. I was completely frozen in my seat, afraid to turn around. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. Part of me wanted to spin around and confront whatever was there, but another part, the primal, instinctual part, was screaming at me not to look. Not to acknowledge it. The presence felt heavy. Not physically heavy, but like there was an emotional weight to it. Not necessarily threatening, but definitely not friendly either. Just there, watching, waiting. After what felt like an eternity but was probably only a few seconds, I couldn't take it anymore. I spun my chair around, half expecting to see someone there this time. Nothing. Empty space. But the feeling of being watched didn't go away. That was it for me. I didn't care about the project anymore. I didn't care about the deadline. All I wanted was to get the hell out of there. I quickly saved my work. Thank God for muscle memory, because my hands were shaking so bad I could barely use the mouse, and shut down my computer. I didn't even wait for it to fully power off. I grabbed my jacket and keys and walked as fast as I could to the exit without actually running. Every step felt like I was moving through molasses, and the exit seemed miles away. The whole time, I had this overwhelming sensation that something was right behind me, following me, matching my pace exactly. I reached the door, swiped my keycard with trembling hands, and practically fell into the hallway. The door closed automatically behind me, and the security system beeped as it rearmed itself. I took the stairs instead of waiting for the elevator. No way was I standing alone in that hallway for even a minute. I ran down 5 flights, burst into the lobby, and didn't slow down until I reached my car in the garage. Sitting in my car, I was breathing like I'd just run a marathon. My hands were still shaking as I put the key in the ignition. I sat there for a minute, trying to calm down, trying to make sense of what had happened. I looked at the clock on my dashboard, 11:47 p.m. The whole experience had lasted less than 20 minutes, but it felt like hours. As I drove home, I went through every possible explanation. Maybe someone had entered the building without properly signing in, but that didn't explain how they got past the security system without setting off the alarm. Maybe it was the cleaning staff, but they never came that late, and I'd have seen them. Maybe it was just my imagination, but that didn't explain the physical sensation of the footsteps I felt through the floor. When I got home, I was still so freaked out that I checked every room, every closet, behind every door before I could even think about going to bed. I didn't sleep much that night. Kept waking up thinking I heard footsteps in my apartment. The next day, I called my boss and made up some excuse about feeling sick. I couldn't face going back there yet. On Monday, I forced myself to go in, half expecting everyone to tell me about the ghost of the 5th floor or something. But nobody mentioned anything unusual, and I was too embarrassed to bring it up. I mean, what was I going to say? Hey, did you know our office is haunted? I checked with building security later that week, casually asking if anyone else had been in the building Saturday night. The guard pulled up the log and confirmed what I already knew. I was the only one who had entered or exited the floor between 7 p.m. and midnight. No one else had even been in the building except for the ground floor security guard. Over the next few months, I started coming in earlier and leaving before dark, whenever possible. I never stayed late alone again. Eventually, I convinced my manager to move my cubicle, making up something about better lighting for my design work. I got a spot facing the bullpen instead of with my back to it. It helped a little, but I still felt uneasy in that office. I left the company about a year later for a better opportunity. I never told anyone there about what happened. What would be the point? They'd either think I was crazy or making it up for attention. It's been almost 20 years now, and I still think about that night sometimes. I still don't have a rational explanation for what happened. I'm not a superstitious person. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits or whatever. But I know what I saw in that reflection, and I know what I felt through that floor. Someone or something was there with me that night. The strangest part? For years after, I would occasionally get this feeling while working late, not just at that job, but at others since then. This sensation that someone is standing right behind me, looking over my shoulder. It never lasts long, just a few seconds, but it's enough to make me turn around every time, and every time there's nobody there. To this day, I can't explain what happened in that office. Was it a ghost? A glitch in reality? My overtired brain playing tricks on me? I don't know, but it happened. I felt it. I experienced it. And it changed something in me, made me question things I'd always taken for granted about the world and what exists in it. Sometimes I wonder if whoever or whatever it was is still there. Walking around that office late at night, stopping by empty cubicles, watching people work. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone, I still catch myself checking the reflection in my monitor just to make sure there's nothing behind me. Story 19. I never believed in ghosts or spirits or any of that supernatural stuff. I was always the skeptical one in the family, the one who needed proof for everything. But what happened 3 weeks after my grandfather Victor passed away in Lakeside completely changed my perspective. I'm still trying to make sense of it all. My grandfather had been sick for a while. We all knew it was coming, but that doesn't make it any easier when someone you love dies. He was the rock of our family, always there with advice, always telling stories about the old days, always making us laugh, even when things were tough. When he passed, it left this massive hole in all our lives. About 3 weeks after the funeral, my mom Eleanor, my girlfriend Sophia and I went to my grandfather's house to sort through his belongings. My mom had been putting it off. I think going through his things made everything feel too real, too final. But we needed to find some important documents related to his pension and property. The house still smelled like him. That mixture of Old Spice aftershave and pipe tobacco that always hung in the air. Walking through those rooms without him, there felt wrong somehow. His coffee mug was still on the kitchen counter, his reading glasses folded on top of a newspaper he'd never finished reading. It's those little things that really punch you in the gut. We spent hours digging through drawers, checking filing cabinets, looking through boxes in the closet. My mum was getting frustrated, and honestly, so was I. My grandfather had never been the most organized person, and finding specific documents in his chaos was proving nearly impossible. We were sitting on his bed, surrounded by piles of papers, when I decided to lighten the mood. I don't know what made me say it. Maybe it was being in his house, feeling his presence everywhere. "Grandpa," I said, looking up at the ceiling with a tired smile, "if you're here, this is the moment to give us a sign and show us where the documents are." My mom gave me a sad smile, and Sophia squeezed my hand. I didn't expect anything to happen. It was just a joke, a way to break the tension. But then it happened. The TV across the room suddenly turned on by itself. All three of us froze. The remote was on the bedside table, nowhere near any of us. No one was even standing near the TV. It just turned on. That was weird enough, but what appeared on the screen made my blood run cold. The TV was showing some random documentary, and at that exact moment, there was a close-up shot of papers in an open journal. "Did you?" my mum started to ask, but I was already shaking my head. "The remote's over there," I said, pointing to where it lay undisturbed. We all stared at each other, this electric feeling in the air. I'm not a superstitious person, but in that moment I felt like my grandfather had heard me, like he was trying to tell us something. "A journal," Sophia whispered. "Has anyone seen a journal?" None of us had come across one in our search, but suddenly my mum gasped and stood up. She walked over to the closet and reached for a shoebox on the top shelf. "Dad always kept a journal," she said, her voice shaking. "I completely forgot about it. He used to write in it every night before bed." She opened the box, and sure enough, there was a leather-bound journal inside, and tucked between its pages were all the documents we had been looking for. Here's what makes this even stranger. We had only discovered that shoebox that very day. We hadn't even opened it yet. It was just sitting there, waiting for us to find it. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the TV had a timer set. Maybe it was just a weird coincidence. But deep down, I knew better. There was no logical explanation for what had just happened. But that wasn't the end of it. What happened the next day at the chapel was even more unsettling. My grandfather's body was being kept at the chapel for people to pay their respects before the final burial. My family is pretty traditional that way. The chapel was filled with flowers, wreaths and arrangements from family, friends and colleagues who had known my grandfather. As we gathered around the coffin that evening to say a prayer together, something caught my eye. One of the funeral wreaths, not just any wreath, but specifically the one Sophia had purchased, began to shake. Not just a slight movement, but violently, like someone was grabbing it and shaking it back and forth. At first, I thought I was imagining things, but then my cousin pointed at it and I realized everyone could see it happening. The wreath was moving on its own, while all the other floral arrangements remained perfectly still. There was no air conditioning vent nearby, no open windows, no one standing close enough to cause it to move. Just this one wreath, shaking like it was caught in a windstorm that affected nothing else in the room. My mom started crying. My uncle crossed himself. I just stood there, unable to comprehend what I was seeing. Sophia, who's usually the most level-headed person I know, walked toward the wreath. As she approached, the shaking gradually slowed down. By the time she reached out to touch it, the wreath had become completely still. "It's not windy," she said, looking around bewildered. "There's nothing here that could have caused this." We all stood in silence, the weight of what we'd just witnessed settling over us. Then my aunt spoke up, her voice barely above a whisper. "Do you remember what Victor said to you both before he passed?" I did remember. During one of our last visits to see him in the hospital, my grandfather had expressed one big regret, that he wouldn't live to see Sophia and me get married. We'd been dating for years, and though we hadn't set a date yet, everyone knew it was coming eventually. He'd made me promise to take lots of pictures to save him a seat at the ceremony, even though he wouldn't be there physically. "He wanted to be at your wedding so badly," my aunt continued. Maybe this is his way of letting Sophia know he's still here, that he'll be there somehow." I'm not sure what to make of all this. Part of me still wants to find rational explanations. The TV could have malfunctioned. Maybe there was some imperceptible draft in the chapel that somehow only affected that one wreath. But the specificity of these events, the journal appearing on screen just when we needed it, the way it was only Sophia's wreath that moved, makes those explanations feel hollow. I find myself talking to my grandfather sometimes, especially when I'm alone in my car or lying awake at night. I tell him about my day, about how we're doing without him. I ask him if he's still watching over us. There's never an answer, at least not one I can hear, but after what happened, I can't help feeling that he's listening. Sophia and I have since set a date for our wedding. We've decided to include a special tribute to my grandfather in the ceremony. We'll leave that empty seat, just like I promised him. Part of me wonders if we'll experience anything unusual that day. Will a candle flicker at just the right moment? Will music play unexpectedly? Will Sophia's bouquet suddenly move in her hands? I don't know. But I do know that these experiences have changed something in me. I still consider myself a rational person, but I've become more open to the possibility that there are things in this world that we can't fully explain. That maybe, just maybe, the connections we form with the people we love don't simply vanish when they die. It's been several months now since those two incidents. Nothing quite as dramatic has happened since then, though there have been smaller moments. A familiar smell appearing out of nowhere, his favorite song playing on the radio at significant moments, dreams where he feels so real I could swear he was actually there. My mum has found comfort in these experiences. She believes without a doubt that her father is still watching over us, that he's found a way to stay connected to our family even after death. Sophia, who was always close with my grandfather, feels the same way. As for me, I go back and forth. On my most skeptical days, I try to explain everything away with logic and reason. But then I remember sitting on that bed, the TV turning on by itself, the image of the journal appearing at exactly the right moment. I remember standing in that chapel, watching that wreath shake violently while everything else remained still. And I think about the coincidence that it was Sophia's wreath, the one from the person my grandfather had explicitly mentioned in his final days. Some things just defy explanation. Maybe that's okay, maybe not. Everything needs to be understood to be believed. All I know for sure is that when Sophia walks down the aisle on our wedding day, I'll be looking for signs of my grandfather's presence, and somehow I'm confident we'll feel him there, celebrating with us just like he always wanted to. I still miss him every day. The house in Lakeside doesn't feel the same without him in it, but these experiences have given me a strange kind of peace. Whether these events were genuine messages from beyond or just coincidences amplified by grief, they've helped our family through the pain of losing him. So, Grandpa, if you're somehow reading this, thank you for the documents, for being there for Sophia, and for showing us that maybe, just maybe, love really does find a way to bridge even the gap between life and death. Story 20. I've been holding this in for years now, and I need to get it off my chest. I'm still freaked out thinking about it, even though it's been almost 7 years since it happened. Sorry if my thoughts are all over the place. Just typing this out is making my hands shake a little. Back in 2016, I was 19 and had enrolled in the Job Corps program in Grayson. For those who don't know, Job Corps is basically a free education and vocational training program for young adults between 16 to 24. I didn't have many options after high school, and this seemed like a decent way to learn a trade without racking up debt. The Grayson Center was this massive complex built on what used to be an old military base from like the 40s or 50s. I remember when I first arrived, something felt off about the place. The buildings were these old brick structures with narrow hallways and weird layouts. Some parts had been renovated, but most of it still had this institutional feel, you know, like those places that have seen too much and hold on to memories. Within my first week there, I started hearing about the wall ghosts. That's what everyone called them. Apparently, it was common knowledge among students and even some staff that the place was haunted. Most people described hearing knocking inside the walls, footsteps in empty hallways, and sometimes even whispers when nobody was around. I didn't put much stock in ghost stories back then, so I just laughed it off. My dorm room was on the second floor of one of the older buildings. It was small, just enough space for a bed, a desk, and a small closet area. I shared the room with another guy, but he dropped out of the program after just 2 weeks, so I had the place to myself most nights. That's important to what happened later. For the first couple months, things were normal. I'd hear occasional weird noises, but I chalked it up to old pipes or the building settling. Sometimes I'd get this feeling like I was being watched when I was alone in my room, but I figured that was just my mind playing tricks on me because of all the ghost stories I'd been hearing. Then came that night in November. It's still so vivid in my memory, like it happened yesterday. It was a Tuesday, and I remember feeling extra tired after a long day of electrical training. I crashed around 10 p.m. without even bothering to change out of my clothes. The weather was getting colder and the heating in the building was spotty at best, so I'd piled a couple extra blankets on my bed. I woke up suddenly, the way you do when you feel like you're falling in a dream. My phone said it was 1:47 a.m. The room was freezing, way colder than it should have been, even with the crappy heating. I could actually see my breath forming little clouds in the dark. That's when I first noticed something was wrong. The wall ghosts were active that night, but not like I'd ever heard before. Usually, it was just some light tapping or creaking. This was different. It sounded like something was moving inside the walls. Not just knocking, but actually shifting around. The sounds seemed to be coming from all directions at once. Above me in the ceiling, in the wall behind my bed, even from the floor beneath me. I lay there, completely frozen. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I told myself it was just the building making noise, maybe the wind outside causing pressure changes or something. But even as I tried to rationalize it, I knew this was different. The sound started to become more deliberate, less random creaks and more like something trying to communicate. I remember thinking, this isn't happening, this is just a dream. But I was wide awake, and everything felt hyper-real. Then it happened. 3 loud, distinct knocks directly above my head, not muffled like they were coming from inside the ceiling. They sounded like someone was standing right over me and knocking on the underside of the ceiling inches from my face. Knock, knock, knock. Each one was perfectly spaced, about a second apart, and so loud that I couldn't understand why my neighbors weren't banging on the walls to complain. I was paralyzed with fear. I couldn't even bring myself to reach for the light switch. The room felt charged with this weird energy, like the air before a lightning storm. The hair on my arms was standing up, and I had this overwhelming sense that I wasn't alone. That's when I felt it. The edge of my mattress, the side nearest the door, suddenly depressed, like someone had sat down heavily on it. I could feel the weight shift. My body actually rolled slightly toward the depression because of how significant it was. It wasn't subtle at all. The mattress sank down a good 4 or 5 inches. The worst part? I could see it happening. Even in the dark room, I could make out the clear outline of the mattress being pushed down. But there was nothing there. Just empty space where something invisible was pressing down with considerable weight. I remember thinking I needed to scream, but my voice wouldn't work. My throat felt completely closed off. All I could do was stare at this invisible thing sitting on my bed. The weight didn't move or shift. It just remained there, pressing down firmly on the edge of my mattress. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a couple of minutes, unable to move, barely able to breathe. My mind was racing, trying to come up with some logical explanation. Maybe the bed frame was collapsing. Maybe I was hallucinating. Then, ever so slowly, the depression began to rise back up. It wasn't sudden. It lifted gradually, like whatever was sitting there was slowly standing up. The mattress didn't spring back the way it would if someone had just jumped off. It rose incrementally, taking maybe 30 seconds to return to its normal, flat state. Once the mattress was flat again, I felt this rush of cold air pass over me, like someone had opened a window in the middle of winter. But the windows in our dorms were sealed shut. They didn't even open. I lay there until sunrise, too terrified to move, too scared to even reach for my phone. I just kept staring at the spot where the mattress had been depressed. half expecting it to happen again. The wall noises had stopped completely after the mattress incident, which somehow made the whole thing even more terrifying. When morning finally came, I jumped out of bed and inspected every inch of it. I was looking for anything that could explain what had happened, a broken spring, a collapsed support, anything. But there was nothing wrong with the bed. It was an old metal frame with a basic mattress, nothing fancy, but everything was intact and functioning normally. I checked the ceiling too, looking for water damage or anything that might explain the knocking, but it was just the same old off-white ceiling tiles that had been there since who knows when. I was so shaken that I skipped breakfast and went straight to the administrative office. I needed to talk to someone about what had happened, preferably someone who had been working there for a while. I found Mrs. Ramirez, one of the older staff members who'd been at the center for over a decade. I tried to sound casual when I asked her about any weird experiences students had reported in the dorms, specifically in my building. Her reaction was odd. She got this strange look on her face, not quite scared, but definitely uncomfortable. She asked me what I had experienced, and I told her about the knocking and the mattress. I left out how terrified I had been because I didn't want to sound like a wimp. She was quiet for a moment, then said something I'll never forget. Some of these buildings have a lot of history, Caleb. Sometimes it's better not to ask too many questions. When I pressed her for more information, she just shook her head and suggested I request a room change if I was uncomfortable. She wouldn't elaborate further, but the way she avoided eye contact told me she knew more than she was letting on. Later that day, I talked to some of the other students about what had happened. A few of them had their own stories. One guy said he'd seen a full-body apparition walking through the hallway at night. Another claimed that his belongings would move around when he wasn't in his room. But nobody had experienced anything physical like what happened to me, nothing that had actually touched them or their belongings. I did end up requesting a room change, but there weren't any other single rooms available, so I got paired with a new roommate instead. Having someone else in the room helped, and I didn't experience anything that extreme again during my time there. But I still heard the wall noises occasionally, and sometimes I'd wake up with that same feeling of being watched. I finished the program 6 months later and got the hell out of there as fast as I could. I've never gone back, and I don't plan to. The thing that still freaks me out the most is how physical it was. Ghost stories are one thing, but this wasn't just a noise or a shadow that could be explained away as imagination or a trick of the light. Something physical enough to push down my mattress was in that room with me. Something I couldn't see, but could definitely feel. I've tried researching the history of the base since then. There's not a lot of information available online, but from what I could find, it was used for training during WW2 and then served various purposes until it was decommissioned in the 80s. What happened there that could leave such an impression? I don't know, and part of me doesn't want to know. I've had other people suggest it was sleep paralysis, but I know what that feels like, and this wasn't it. I could move. I just was too terrified to do so. Others have suggested it was just a vivid dream, but I know it wasn't. The depression in the mattress was real. I saw it. I felt it. To this day, I sleep with the lights on sometimes when I'm alone. I can't help but worry that whatever found me in that old military base might find me again. I don't know what it wanted or why it chose me, but I know what I experienced was real. And the worst part? I still don't have any explanation for what happened. No resolution, no understanding. Just the memory of those 3 knocks and the invisible weight at the edge of my bed, and the knowledge that something was there with me that night, something that wanted me to know it was there.